Intro, baby.
About?
Fire it.
This
You
is
always
the
forget.
This is the pre-stream. This is
You
the
always
green
forget.
room interview.
Yeah, man. This
Green
is
room
where.
style.
Oh,
What up? That's Jay.
how's it going, Jay?
What's going on? I did it. I did it right.
Congratulations, you made it.
We can hear you this time.
Ooh.
That's good. I just don't know why, like the camera, even doesn't matter if I have it on low definition or high definition. It just it has me in this box. Why do you put me in a box?
There are no boxes.
If only it was a hexagon.
Right?
Yeah.
DJ,
So
spin that intro. Spin that
Should I
intro.
start the intro?
Are you a hex?
We're early. We still got like 2 minutes.
What are you?
Oh, yeah.
You're live though. You're live.
It's like we're ready for it. It's like, I'm sorry.
This is the green room.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't go live on
shit.
YouTube until 8. Is that how it works?
No, it goes live. We're live. But
We're live.
it's like the green room before the show. People want to see that, I thought. So I started doing it, but probably not.
The exact same thing as a normal show.
Right.
It's just like green room style, you know? What? Okay, I'll start the chat. Whatever.
What up, chat?
What are you, some sort of hexagon?
Welcome to the Worst Damn Crypto Show, period. I'm your host, Romanian Dan. I got with me the famous Hexter Morgan and a wild SJ. I think Finbear might come on. I'm not sure, but
Finbear is coming on.
Oh,
I don't know. If he's
That's
available, let me
fucking-
know, Finbear.
Finbear is hilarious.
You're the only hippie. I guess maybe famous as well.
Cookie crunching ASMR.
I can't believe Finbear might come on. I did a stream with him a couple months ago with Hexy Bastard and those guys. He's hilarious. Finbear's jokes.
Yeah,
These
I jumped
jokes.
on Hexy Bastard's stream the other day. He was at the pub drinking.
He was streaming it from the pub.
Yeah, it was
No
beautiful. And Finbear jumped on too.
Right on.
Brought the jokes,
Right
but
on.
I tried to go live in the festival, but the shit was too choppy, so I deleted them. But it was hilarious, man. It was awesome.
Yeah,
Went to
oil
the
that hair,
festival.
Finbear.
Final oil the hair and get ready. Damn.
Which festival were you at,
Let's
famous?
go.
The one in Portugal there?
Yeah, it was called Secrets. It's like I think it's like BPM that does it. It was on the beach. It's this. It's like it's gonna be exactly where Rolling Loud's gonna be. So yeah, I got that in 3 weeks also. I went one of the days because the lineup was just like I had to go. But yeah, for Rolling Loud, I'm just gonna chill on the side on the beach and just relax and listen to the music. It's pretty good vibe. Enjoy.
How was everyone's week? How did everybody do? How are we all doing?
Chilling, man. Waiting for the
Chilling.
limiters to hit.
cut the lights off in my house.
You're in Chicago?
Oh yeah, I went to the Cubs game. The meetup.
Oh, right on. That's the one that Kirk threw at, right? Big K threw at the first pitch.
Yeah. Yeah. It was awesome.
So cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
it
nice
was.
to meet a bunch of people.
I thought we had a good week. It seems like the community's really chilled out. I don't know. Like everyone's having a good time. There's not as much drama as before, even with the bear market here. Everybody seems to be chilling. Like Richard's killing it. That engagement he's got going is crazy. With the haters,
Yeah.
people are.
They're saying my mic is hot.
Yeah, you're getting a little feedback.
Hmm.
It's not like a delay. You can hear a delay on it.
But it's this fancy, beautiful Shure mic. Why would it do that?
I bet you your cable shit. You could have a
That
weak
might
cable
be
or
it.
something.
Let me try and change a setting.
Okay.
That'll do anything.
Probably
Okay,
your
that's what he did.
gain or something's too loud, or one of them.
Yeah, because I listen to my shit really loud. Yo, shouts out the footsteps for the subscription. Thank you, sir.
The subscription.
Subscription.
Subscribe. Shit. Yeah, but this week it
Subscribe to
was
the
like
worst show ever.
those little bastards, those twin bastards from Altcoin. There had to mention Hex. I know they didn't like that. Those guys fucking hate
Well,
Hex.
we were on that shit thing of Bloomberg, no?
Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
That
Bloomberg.
article was. I didn't like that
Horrible.
article one bit. Is that any better or worse, y'all?
That sounds way better.
Huh.
That fixed it.
Oh, good. Okay. I
What did you
pressed some
do?
buttons. I honestly just fucked with the settings. I turned 2 off and turned another one on. So
It's like the old
That's
car.
good.
It's like the old
Sounds-
cartridges. Just give it a
You
blow
sound
off.
much better.
yeah,
Sound
yeah.
much better than Hex Dexter. The bird's better than him.
Can you hear the birds here
Aw.
still?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
they're
can hear the
amazing.
birds.
Yes. It's nice to be out here.
Where
I feel like
are you in
Cinderella.
Are you in the outskirts or are you in the? Like,
I'm in the backyard. I'm in the old yard.
Oh,
Got the
shit.
dogs. I'll have to mute myself when the bastards start barking because they will start barking at some point.
Oh, hi, Chris Side Effects, by the way. I see you. I see you. And Johny Chaos.
Hey, what up,
Okay.
chat?
Come on.
Get
Yeah,
Johnny
shout out
on
to
here.
chat. Oh God.
Get JC. Is there any coincidence Johnny Chaos? Those initials are JC.
I did not even make that connection until now.
I just did now actually
That's nice.
when you said it.
Yeah, yeah.
Send them the link.
Yeah.
Dude,
So that
I'm just-
Bloomberg,
I'm even not reading these. Okay.
that Bloomberg thing, yeah, it was trash and garbage. But the point is,
Okay.
they talked about Hex, right?
Right.
So,
true.
like,
That's
I
true.
think they
That
get, like,
shit
with Rich-
article, but yeah.
Yeah, shit article.
Got a
but
lot of retweets. A lot of retweets.
I got a lot of
likes,
retweets.
A lot of views.
So you think, right? Let's say 100,000 people see that or whatever. 20,000 will check out Hex, maybe 10,000, and then Richard will do some other outlandish thing, and then we're gonna have more people check on it again, right? It's just a numbers game at this point. You just keep doing what he's doing.
I love it.
But there was some one of the bigger accounts today was mentioning Hex. I've seen him on Twitter for a while, and he's finally asked questions about it. You know, it's just nice to see people having to acknowledge it. I think people are. It's weird, you know, like this bear market is shit. People have been getting wrecked. People that bought the top in Hex. We have so many new users, and I feel you. But look at all the shit that's getting exposed out there right now in crypto, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyone?
Yep, absolutely. Everything
Well,
that's just falling apart.
I don't think it's getting exposed. I think it's just collapsing in a different way than it did in 2017. Because right now it's collapsing due to the demand, regardless of the because in 2017 it was more logistics, right? Like legalization and like having all these problems with the government. But now it's more like we're in a bear market. Why? Well, because the whole economy is going to shit. You know, interest rates are up. I always say this. People are starting to go out. Life has gone back to kind of normal. People are getting married like fucking flies.
Do flies get married?
Well, everyone's getting their graduations. Everyone, like you don't see
I
it
didn't-
like in the background.
yeah.
Everyone's lives is getting back to normal, and the interest rates goes up. What does that mean? Well, people gotta pay their bills because it costs more.
Oh, it costs more. You got to carry your house. Yeah, for sure.
Everything.
I didn't
especially mortgage.
mean exposed about prices dumping. I just meant more about how important your keys, your coins are, things like that.
Oh,
people-
you mean like the Celsius? Yeah.
Just like this Celsius and this shit with that protocol built on Solana, things that Richard's been saying for the last year and a half, and it's just.
But it's always been
people need to
happening,
know this
that.
stuff.
It's just we're a broken record with that. It's like not your keys, not your crypto. At some point, it's
Right,
like,
but
you
it
know,
happened
only
on
once.
It happened on a bigger
No.
scale, though. I think, like with Celsius
Mhm.
and 1.7 million users. That's a shit ton of users, man.
Yeah. It is.
Oh, coffee, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like coffee. Don't bring him on. Just kidding.
It's too late for coffee.
Oh my god. Right? Oh my god.
Oh,
It's
the
coming
mic,
back.
the mic
Ants in my
problems
band,
back.
and they're huge.
Your
The
mic
mic's-
problems are back.
Aw. You see this ant? It's because I have ants.
Yeah, we
So
saw it.
big. Ugh.
Squash it.
No, don't kill it. Yeah, eat it. Protein.
Don't need it
No,
either.
look it outside. Be right back.
Yeah. So, what did you guys think? What were your first reactions to that? What is it called? Solana or something? Solend? So lend me your keys.
Oh, I have that up. I looked at that. Where is it?
That's what it should have been called, right? So lend me your keys.
Is this it? Yeah.
There you go. I thought they overturned this today or yesterday.
I mean, that's just crazy. I don't know how. Oh, let
So
me run your account for you.
Well, imagine like if you take this and apply it to Hex, right? And if we have that same guy that dumps every couple months or whatever, and it's like, you know what? Let's have a vote. Let's all vote to freeze this address, and then he can't sell or anything. Yeah, they did overturn it. Okay, thanks, Chris. Yeah, but still, it should have never been up for vote.
You're in, Bullish. What's up?
What's going on, everyone?
Let me.
I was like, "Where's my link?"
My mic.
It's here now. It's here now.
They will sure send it to you. We have to put them in the chat automatically. He's sending it on the Telegram. You got to put it on like the Twitter.
It's in the chat, I guess. I don't know.
There
Oh,
you
shit.
go. There you go.
Yeah, if anyone in chat wants to jump on, have at it. Dan looks 30 years older with the light like that.
I had to cut the lights off, guys, to buy the
I was
bit.
just before we went live, I was telling him he looks like he's about to read us a scary story or something.
Yes, I think that needs to happen later.
Okay, Dan. Yeah, maybe walk us through how important self-custody is. We'll all be real quiet.
Yes.
And tell us the story of the little boy who gave up his keys.
Do we need some scary background music?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. Let's get that going. Who's gonna play it?
I guess Bullish.
I'll do it.
Okay, Dan, go. You're up, buddy. Everyone's waiting for you.
If you give up your keys and your coins, little ones, you will lose them.
That's so Romanian.
I don't know what do you want me to say? You give up your keys to freaking third parties, you have risk of losing everything.
Oh, how about this story?
Right.
You just get fucked and you can't touch your money.
Middleman. Yeah.
Then someone says, "Oh, hey, guys, please chat support. I need to access my funds. Unfortunately, sir, you need to HODL. Sorry. Suck it." And then you're just like, "Oh, okay. No choice, right? Legally, can I sue you?" Well, that's what BitBoy's trying to do. So let's see how that works out.
Yeah. What the fuck? Like, is he doing a lawsuit? Sorry. Go ahead,
I
SJ.
think so.
Oh, I was just gonna ask.
so.
Well, it's kind of a different topic. You go.
No, you go. You go.
There was something I saw in passing about some company or group, like restrict. I think it's something Richard tweeted about restricting the God Whale wallet for their, like.
That was the Solana
not
one.
for HEX. Yeah, that. What the fuck is up with that?
Well, I'm wondering how many of those users actually knew that you could do that in the first place.
Wait, what are we talking about? I'm lost. I didn't see that.
So, Solana had a protocol, layer 2 on it, or whatever called. What is it? Solend? We said it was famous. Solend or something. Anyways, at the risk of being liquidated or something, they took a vote on freezing whoever had this huge supply, this huge whale, like freezing their ability to sell or dump the price, and they voted on it as a community.
Okay, I see it here, the tweet. Oh, wow.
That's crazy.
WTF. Can't do that shit.
It's like the whole Canada thing. Like freezing, just like freezing assets. That's like freezing someone's bank account. How are you going to do that?
But that's decentralized, no?
Well, I guess not. I guess
Well,
there's something in their contract that allows them to do it. But how? Like if that's your own address.
It's governance. Well, no, it's a command. If you vote for something and you could create a command, then it's prompt to do what it has to do. So that means there's admin keys.
Yeah.
Well, regardless of admin keys, it's more like they have the ability to control, right? And that's what DAOs do.
Dan? Welcome, sir. JC has arrived. Did Dan go to get the baby? We got to get JC in here.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. We got to call him. You don't leave JC in the wing.
He said the baby was up. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
He's there. So yeah, I guess this is the tweet we're talking about.
Yeah, this is it. Johnny, what's going on, sir?
What's going on? I hear you guys are wondering a little bit about what's going on in the crypto space here, like the takeover of the wallet and all the unethical shit that they're trying to pull to put a crutch up underneath the falling down system that they built.
Look at this
Yeah,
comment. I
so-
can airbrush nipples and hair. Nice. Sorry, go ahead. I just saw a funny comment.
Put him full screen, yeah. Put him full
Those
screen.
are
Let him
the
laugh at the
fake
haters.
girls. Those were from Naga's party. Those are not. That's not body paint. Those are custom-made outfits that they had for the event in hexagon shapes, and they've got the little pulse gear on top of their heads, which was adorable.
I'm gonna get you full screen so we can see you.
Yeah,
Hey, is
let's
there
go.
a way for me to reply to the YouTube chat, or would I have to be on like whoever's channel it is?
You would have to open up another tab and
You have to open up both channels, yeah, because it depends. The
I
parrot
think
is
it's
mine.
on 3 right now. It's on mine too.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, so
Full screen. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. This is the first time of the restream. So I'm watching all these little screens pop up here on me, and I'm going, what is this? What is that? I can't see you guys.
So, Johnny,
how
what do you
it's
make of
supposed
all
to
this Solana shit, man?
Yeah, that's what happens with bad design. You do realize like 2% is in circulation, and they go down every week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like people talk about Hex all the time. Richard owns 90%. Well, Solana owns 98%, and they can't even run a network for a week. So I really don't see a win here, for them, and now they're talking about, okay, well, let's try to fix it. Well, that worked out real well for Luna. How
Luna
Luna's
2.0, yeah.
Let's go ahead and do a bailout. Bailouts always work, don't they, guys? Don't bailouts always work?
always.
So it's funny to see all these struggles out in the open. I'm surprised they're being so out in the open to it. Sometimes I wonder, if it weren't for the amount of slings and arrows that we've taken, that anybody would even pay attention to what's going on, because this is actually commonplace in the crypto space. This is not any unusual event. Richard's got a list of over 400 things that anybody could have pointed their finger at and said scam and been right. 400 things. What do they point at? The one that's still running.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How's that scam detector working for you? They missed 400 other things, and they point at the one thing that's running just fine. Well, one of these things is not like the other. Maybe that's the one that isn't a scam.
Well, that's when, before you got on, Johnny, we were saying that we think that with Solana being a much bigger network with many more users, more people are paying attention to it. Because like you said, this shit happens all the time, but it happens so quickly with things launching out of the gate and being rugged, or things launching out of the gate with admin keys, and before you know it, all your shit's gone. But now here you've had the last
influencers are under their wing. That was the thing. They had all their influencers. They had the mainstream media all under their wing. Everybody was promoting Solana left and right, left and right. You know who wasn't promoting Solana? The Hexicans.
Every Hexican, yeah. Well, I don't know how many times I've reposted that stupid meme, but I have to do it. Every time that fucker shuts down, I have to repost it. And I think I've done it about 5 times.
We've been warning people, not your keys, not your crypto, for 2.5 years now. Loudly, obnoxiously, trying to explain the difference between centralized platforms and a code. Trying to explain, no, we're not BitConnect. You're investing in the next BitConnect. BitConnect was a lending platform that paid interest that you gave your coins up to. What does that sound like? That sounds like exactly what you invested in. Celsius, Solana, BlockFi, they haven't changed a bit. But
Mashinsky was just telling you, though, we're not smart enough to own our own keys. We gotta let them out.
No. Loan me your keys. Trust me. I'm a lawyer.
Yeah, we're just a bunch of rec clips.
Yeah, I love that, right? It's like, okay, so not only how condescending do you have to be to come out and tell all these users of your product that they aren't able to use your keys, but 1.7 million people are going to give them up. You can have the keys of 1.7 million users. It blows my mind. That's crazy.
Well, now he's nowhere to be seen.
To me, it's not him. It's more the users. It's like he's allowed to do what the fuck he wants. It's the people that are putting their money and not understand. It's like, do you go to the bank and just say, yeah, put my money there? No, just put my money there. financial advisor, aka just put my money there. No, you want to ask him questions. What does it do? What's the return? And even if you're not into finance, you'll ask those minimum questions. But people are just like, yeah, oh, it's gonna pop. Elon Musk, Dogecoin, like, oh, he's
He
getting
tweeted
sued.
today
It's
about
gonna-
those.
like, this is the best thing. The JC, Johnny, the best thing is I have people telling me now, oh, Elon's getting sued. Elon's getting sued. Let's invest in every Doge coin you could get because it's gonna go. I'm like, oh my god.
It's not Elon's fault though. I mean, yeah, it was
know.
not an ethical sort of thing to do. And yeah, he was trolling, but if Elon told you to jump off a bridge, you gonna freaking do that too?
There's some that will.
People don't want to take responsibility for their own actions. People want somebody to point a finger at and blame. That's what they want. You were saying when you go to a bank, you ask questions. No, people are like, are there any fees? Okay.
Yep.
Free checking? Okay, cool. I'll sign. And
Oh, give me AirPods? You give me an iPad? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I get $200 free on my deposit. Okay, great.
They just assume if enough people say it's legit, and then they just go about their business. And they had every major influencer who are the top of the algorithm promoting for them, paid promotions, and therefore they were okay, and no one ever said a bad word about Solana. That's why people thought it was safe to put their money in it. Every paid influencer now still talks smack about HEX. Why? Because we're not paying them. Period.
Dude, so yesterday someone thought we paid for the Bloomberg article. And then I knew. Well, you didn't obviously fucking read it. You think
we paid for that article like that. Yeah, that's what we did. We paid for a shit-ass article that still doesn't even know the difference. But it's called us an app. HEX is not an app. It's like, oh my god.
Solana's also full of VC money. That's another thing too.
Yeah.
That's why there was so much trust. That's why there was so much trust, because you had all these big, well-known VCs pumping money into Solana, so it gave it a little trust factor for all the sheep out there who didn't know any better. They're like, oh, okay, the VCs are investing into it.
Why are you trusting vulture capitalists?
Hey, wait a minute! I'm a VC.
Vulture.
No
I don't know, man. Yeah, it's like, who was that other guy? What's the guy who called? He said HEX was the network. He's like, HEX, horrible network.
Oh, that was that damn blockchain boy. And,
I call it,
His buddy Crypto Mason. Well, Crypto Mason is now back down, and he's like, oh, I hope Richard doesn't sue me. He's being he's a little concerned now, and he should.
Is he the guy that called him the goat after? Like a couple months ago. Yeah, I remembered. I showed my wife that because I showed her the video of when he was calling him an idiot and all this stuff, and then I said, "Look at these guys shifting over time. All it takes is time, people. Don't forget that. We're in this for the long haul. Time heals all wounds."
I called him out. I called him out on TikTok, and I got like 7,000 views on it and I called him the Chun-Li wannabe and Mr. Ed. And I called them out, and all their people filled up my feed. I got over 7,000 views on the TikTok for calling them out and saying, here's your professionals in crypto here. Look, we've got the Chun-Li wannabe and Mr. Ed. Woo-hoo-hoo. Why are you guys taking your advice from the Trailer Park Boys? Come on.
So Johnny, has this bear market, or maybe the last 2 weeks, have you seen kind of like a shift in the winds kind of thing with towards the HEX community, or the way people see HEX? It feels like honestly, it feels like we're just kind of chilling. The community is in a good place. I know we're at the bottom of the bear, or maybe not, but it just I feel good right now. Seems like the community feels good.
Well, we lost a lot of the angry people that bought in, at 40 cents or so. We've lost a lot of those angry people. They just kind of blocked us and moved on. And, so that's kind of gone. You have people that realize, look, the price only matters at 2 points in time. That's when you're buying and when you're going to sell some. That's when the price matters. Everything in between, it doesn't matter. If a tree falls down in the woods, do you care? Unless you're in the woods under the tree. You don't care. You would not even notice it if you're not in the woods at the time. Shut off your phone, leave your stuff alone. The people that made the most money in Bitcoin forgot they had it. That's who made the most money in Bitcoin. Forgot they had it.
Exactly.
Scam.
Hex is designed so you can walk away and go, okay, I got crypto. Good. Stake. Bye. You know, that's what it's designed for. Unfortunately, we have to, we're trying to engage with other people so they don't miss the same opportunity that we had. Who are you flipping off?
The guy with the Bitcoin Cash, man. It's an insider.
We're just trolling. It's an inside joke. It's an inside joke.
One night I came in drunk and I just heard everyone talking about Bitcoin Cash and I just went off and I was like, "What the fuck are you guys talking about? This shit coin got dumped to oblivion as soon as it came out. Like, get the fuck out of here! Like, stop talking to me."
Yeah, it's an inside joke. So we're all about Bitcoin Cash.
Snuck in here all sneaky like.
That cable is not liking you. Why is that cable not liking you, SJ?
I don't know.
Is it near your power cable? Is it near like your power cable or adapter or something? Because
are you plugging it into like a USB port?
No, usually that happens when like the mic cable is near like the power cable or adapter or something like that.
No, I mean I'm in a van. I don't know. It's
Whose van?
Oh, are you?
Yeah,
Is your laptop connected to like the power outlet in the van?
No, I just have my light plugged in and my mic plugged in. That's it.
We gotta call the devs.
How is that? How you doing with the onboarding with the fiat on ramp stuff? Any word?
Who?
I think he's.
You heard the man.
Frosty. Oh, Frosty.
Oh, sorry. I was fucking zoned out there. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was asking you, man. How's the licensing and stuff going with the fiat ramp and stuff that you're working on out there?
Really well. So, I have a conversation with RG3. I talked to him about him the other day, and some other people. I don't want to let it out on stream right now, but have a conversation with him about what I'm working on.
Okay. All right.
You will be surprised.
Now you made me curious. Where's my phone?
Get RG3 in here.
No, we can't talk about it online right now.
I understand. Everybody wants me to talk about the court case.
I say give us a year.
Oh,
give
Johnny, are you allowed to give us a little taste for that or no?
I'm in my van, guys. I'm in my van. I'm joining SJ.
Anything at all, like just
let's say some of the reps have flipped to get off of the list.
What do you mean? Can you elaborate? What rep? Like the reps for Con market cap? Don't do that.
I'm afraid to say anything because literally like people could get offed for this shit.
Okay,
so,
okay, I understand.
I don't want that on my conscience. But let's just say it's not looking good for him.
Oh my God.
Because I mean, I don't understand why they have to go this route. I don't know that they necessarily need to take anybody off there or make any deals at this point, because I think we have substantial evidence enough to prove damages and liability.
Yeah.
I don't think we need the extra testimony, and I think we should burn them all. But apparently there's been some options offered for additional support, I guess. So yeah, and they have been delaying after delaying after delaying and dragging their feet. Every legal direction they can take to continue to drag their feet, but inevitably you can only drag your feet so long before the court has to come to a conclusion, and you can force you can force some things to happen. So it has I'm trying to think, what else kind of say. I already said the thing that I probably shouldn't have said. But
Well, we got nothing. We got nothing but time too.
Really?
Like let them drag the field they want. They can't do it
right?
forever.
No one's watching here. Well, I just sent a whole bunch of people here. I hope you guys got more.
It's just the worst damn crypto show. There's only 2 people watching. You're right.
Dude, we got 300 subs
more
last
views
week.
than Cash Daddies.
Gosh, I saw that today. I saw the comment on those guys today. Those fucking
Did you
idiots
see?
from Cash
Did you see
Daddies.
my post today?
I saw yours. Yeah.
Yeah,
I love your post.
We're a guy and a bitch beater gives fashion advice. Yeah, it's great.
Do you do takes of that, Johnny, when you do that stuff, or you just do a rant and then post it?
No, there's no takes, man. I just say
No
what
molestes.
I'm feeling it and just throw it out there. Been there.
Hey, man.
Hey,
What's going on,
Finn Bear,
Bear?
what's going on?
It took
Welcome,
forever to get here, guys. Nobody sent me an invite. I had to bug SJ for like
They
10
did put it in the
minutes.
chat.
Yeah, I don't
Did-
know where they
Hold
put
on.
mine. I eventually found it, but I think they just posted it online.
Dan, where did you get that? That's amazing.
That's how you felt. That's how you felt. I felt the
There
same
you
way.
go.
Oh,
There
yeah.
you go, Johnny. Read below, bud. What happens on the
That's
show
ex-
stays on the show. We're good.
Yes, let's go.
It has to stay because getting on is so fucking hard.
It is hard.
I swear to you, Finbear, everybody who's tried to come on has had a problem. Their camera, it's hilarious. It's perfect.
Well, we want to make
It's
sure
took
they really want to
forever.
come on.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
the
hardest
when are you
thing
gonna
I've
release
ever
the
got,
show
like
name?
I had to
It's a
unplug
test.
and plug everything just to see.
It's
that
kind of like
everything
HEX.
works.
You have to go through all that.
It's
Yeah.
like a rite
IQ
of
test.
passage. It's a rite of passage. If you can make it through the sign-on process, you're good to go.
Yeah.
It's called the
my
IQ
God.
stream test.
Oh man,
144
I
IQ.
forgot the time. I forgot the time zone. That there's a lot of the Americans here. Oh Jesus, this is gonna be a hard one.
Canadians too, man.
Hello, fellow. Okay, yeah, whatever. Canadians as well. Hexter, you're here. Okay.
No, famous is a Canuck too.
Yeah, I hear it from the way your English is broken.
Well, it's because of the Italian in me. That's why. The
There's
Italian
3 Canadians in
have a
here.
funny way. Yeah.
Are there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Frosty. Sorry, man. Fucking totally
He's
forgot.
Canadian too. You can tell.
I know, but
I just don't publicize that.
He's
Me
ashamed.
neither, man.
He could
Oh,
be in
yeah.
Ecuador as well, or it's Ecuador, right?
Yeah.
Not- yeah,
Yeah, he's
As long
Ecuador.
as he wants, he's
Oh,
still
man,
Canadian. You
it-
can
it-
hear it in the accent. It's very clear.
Yeah, it looks lovely and warm over there.
It is one.
And he has better scenery than me most of the time.
All of the
better
time.
scenery than all of us, all of the time.
Yeah.
It's the best.
This is pretty good for me because like the sun doesn't go down at all. It's 3:30 in the morning, and it's like sun shining out there.
How
I
long
got
does
my
that go
lights
on
on.
for?
Crazy.
6 months. 6 months on, 6 months off.
Yeah, it goes
Oh,
goes
God.
on for weeks on end. We're just coming towards the summer solstice, which is when it's the worst. It doesn't go down at all. But now we have like maybe 10 minutes of like where it's like just dips below the horizon or out
Like
of
that
view
Insomnia
if
movie.
you happen to be one of those flat earth types.
Oh God, don't start
Just
that.
curves out of the sight of my view for a while.
Yeah, there's not.
And also we get like the sun and the
Aliens
moon
beam into
in the
your
sky
brain and
all
they say
the time.
the sun is no longer there, Finn Bear. That's what happens.
I don't know. I
It's
can't see it, man.
world
This,
flat.
yeah, something's
Hey,
going
man,
on.
the moon used to be right here, so I don't know where it is anymore, man. The last episode, I was like trying to go like this and get the moon, and it was right here.
Yeah,
Now it's not there,
and now
man.
it's gone.
Where did the moon go?
Right.
Somebody
Probably
stole
not.
it. Somebody
It's
rushed
under
it.
us.
Went this
Did the
way.
moon rug pull?
They pulled a Luna.
Wrecked.
It pulled
Yeah.
the Luna.
Oh,
That was good.
were you guys just talking about the what was the group of the 4 sort of burly
Oh, the
gentlemen
cat
who were
daddies or
dabbling? Yeah, daddies of crypto or whatever. But those
Cash
guys were
daddies. I wish
salty
I had
as
cash daddies. Yeah.
dudes were salty as fuck. Talking about HEX, like I wanted to watch the whole episode, but I couldn't even fast for like That was
Hold
so
up. What the
boring.
fuck did I miss? I'm
What,
googling
you
this
didn't
shit.
want to
What
watch?
did I
Hey,
miss?
this is Earl and my bench beater, and this is my brother Jeb, and my other brother Jeb, and we're going to talk about how to make that cash today.
Yeah. We're
Pretty
talking
much.
about them NFTs. And then they're like, well, god damn it. Didn't I get fucked again?
Non-fungible tokens. You got to get these non-fungible tokens. You love them.
I mean, fun.
Non-fungible tokens.
Better get some fungible treatment for that.
Get her done. I had my slippage on 30.
I'm gonna get a non-fungible token of
Watch
the
your
sister.
Oh my
Make
lord.
sure you got that slippage on 30, all right? All right, Jim?
Jim Bob.
No, we let
About 30.
we let Baba do the NFTs. Baba do the NFTs. Come on, Baba.
Don't forget the whitelist.
Yeah.
It's
When
like
was
a
this NFTs?
That is the
it's
weirdest
like I'm on a
shit.
whitelist, guys.
There's like guys are still waiting to be on freaking whitelists. I don't know. There's a few lists where I don't want to be on, and like being on a whitelist is
Sounds,
like,
in
for
my
an
opinion,
NFT.
sounds so racist.
That's
It
way
sounds
up.
so
That's
racist,
right up
man.
there. Places
So-
where you don't want to be.
Yeah.
Well, at least your hair looks nice, Finn Bear.
Yeah, it does look good. You look good, man.
I didn't
got the
oil
beard
it,
stuff.
even though I threatened to, but I did get it cut. I had
Very
like,
nice.
yeah, I had 5 years taken off the sides.
Did you show them a picture of Gym Rat and say, I want this?
Yeah,
Dude,
they
these-
can't work.
One Jim Rat,
Like
please.
you're stuck with the face you have.
I'm
It's
here
funny
for the gym rat.
It's funny you mentioned that. You saw the deep fakes that Hex is the way posted
About what?
about Jim Rat and Sam?
No,
I didn't.
no.
Post
Dude,
that, post that. I didn't
But,
see
I'm
it.
not-
but, yo,
I'm-
but,
I'm not on
hold
Twitter.
I gotta
Can-
pull it up.
can we
I gotta
watch
pull
that?
it up. I'll pull it up.
Did you see those guys post those pictures of their calves a couple of weeks ago? One of them
Of
looked
their
like I
calves?
saw
Course
Their
we saw.
calves or their cats?
the calves, like calves on their legs.
Oh, that was Jim Rat.
Why?
Yeah, the alien
God.
looking ones you're talking about?
Johnny,
Are they
yeah,
like
man. I swear, I looked at it. I'm like, I thought that was a fucking dog's leg, like like a really muscular, strong dog. Because I guess they were dark, and at first glance, the way it was coming down, I'm like, that looks like a canine, but it wasn't. It was a leg, a
Oh,
real
man.
veiny ass ripped leg. So
It reminds me of a long, winded joke. If you guys want to hear one,
how long-winded is it? Just
very
kidding.
long. Like
Get one breath, Finn Bear.
you won't get the minutes back, I swear. So there was this guy who got into a mysterious gardening accident, and he got his dick lopped off by mistake. We don't want to go into the details, but like he's missing it. It's quite a big deal in his life. So he's like,
I'll be missing it too.
yeah, he's pretty upset at the doctors, like in the emergency room. And it's an experimental place. They're doing all kinds of stuff because people are dying, and like everybody needs something. So there's like a liver from a pig or whatever. Like they do what needs to be done to keep people alive. Okay, so the guy's not really like dying. His dick is cut off, so that's like a nuisance. But like you could just
I would
stitch
say
it up,
it's
and he'd be like a good
Just a flesh wound.
female
Just a
swimmer
flesh
or
wound.
whatever.
A nuisance.
So they're like, we gotta work something
no,
into
sit that
this. So what they have is they do have a baby elephant's trunk, like it's quite handsome
Madman.
sized, and and it's just like the trunk part. So yeah, they do what they have to do, and they cut the trunk into where the gentleman's member used to be. And life goes on. He takes his medicine, the stitches come off, he learns to live with his sort of new self and whatever. And there's this like a bi-yearly checkup that he has to go and like show his stuff to
Fucking
the doctor,
famous
and,
in his chips.
and they have to see that everything works out okay, and there's no complications and shit. So he goes there, and in the waiting room there's like there's like this guy with a clearly you can see that he has a woman's hand for his right hand. His other hand is way more muscular. His like the bones are bigger, but the other one is sort of female looking and sort of lighter bones and not quite the same size. And they get to talking, and it sort of comes up that it actually is a woman's hand, that he had his hand cut off in an accident, and they had a woman's hand put in his hand's place. And they get to talking some more, and the guy's like, yeah, I've had no like actual problems with the hand other than, well, you know, sometimes if I look away when I'm taking a piss, it sort of grabs my member a bit harder than I would, but that's I put it down to just inexperience or something. And they sort of
And Bear, I have a 555 stake that's gonna end before this joke story.
Oh no! You're still gonna have like 1,000 days left or something. Come on.
So let me get this straight. So when he gets an erection, he goes.
No, that's not even. No, it's wait, it's way longer. Wait. So they wait a bit more, and this guy comes in, and he's got like a greyhound's leg put in his leg's place because he was missing a leg. And they go through like I'll cut this a bit because Johnny's already feeling his own member. So the guy with the dog's leg is like pretty happy with it. There's no other complications other than like sometimes like when he's taking a piss, the leg tends to start to wander off because it wants to go up and to the right. But other than that, it's fine. And so the guys are looking at the dude with the trunk for a dick, and they're like, so what's up with you? And the guy's like, well, yeah. See, I had this gardening accident, and I had my cock cut off by mistake, so I got like an elephant trunk in my pants. And the dudes are like, motherfucker. So how is that? And the guy's like, that's freaking awesome. The missus fucking loves it. It looks freaking awesome when I'm going to the beach or something. My fucking trunks are packed. How's the sex? Sex freaking awesome, man. Like I said, the missus is mad for it. She's like a trunky now. Like, that's freaking awesome. So there's no like setbacks or anything like that. No, none that I can think of. Well, there's this one thing that if I happen to walk in tall grass, it keeps pulling it up and stuffing it up my asshole.
What is happening?
Because it's the mouth.
Is that the end?
That was the punchline.
Wait, the punchline that he's.
I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think.
Yeah, awesome. Dudes, I gotta go and I have to let my dog in. The little fucker saw a rabbit and just took off a few minutes ago, and I see her running out there. I'll be right back.
Get that dog.
All right, while he comes back, let's play these memes.
Make sure you don't have an accident in the garden.
Yeah, don't pick up any fucking grass. Oh, that's the Wendy's one.
Hold on, where the fuck is it? Let me play it.
Fuck yeah.
I got a few more. I got a few more.
So what were we talking about?
Oh my god, I don't remember.
I think I lost some brain cells.
How's everyone? Let's go around the room here. How's everyone feeling now? Like with Pulse, with the delay of Pulse, and oh, he's posting more shit. Okay, here we go. Oh my god.
Oh, I love this one. This is Sam. Oh man, this is hilarious.
Yeah.
Chica que pena.
My internet company. You should make it the internet company. You should make it the internet company. Just have his internet company right there. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I got. Hold on, I got two more. I got two more. No, we're
Do
doing
the internet. Someone needs to put the internet company on it.
Now, you guys got all these comments in here. Going
Hold
on.
on.
Is there any good ones?
We had to wait for Finn's 20-minute joke.
Well, one of the things people said, the problem with crypto is that people think Robinhood, centralized exchanges, and third lending parties is all over crypto, and that's very true. Is because basically what you have is crypto's gotten to the point where it's self-replicated the whole financial system as it is, and put themselves in control. And they're no longer trying to run crypto as crypto. They're trying to make the old system and just put themselves in charge. And that is what people are used to. And when they go over to crypto, they are very used to the banks and control of the money. And they aren't educated. And then when you have the people that are out in front, supposedly being the educators, being paid shills for those particular platforms, they're just like, in a situation where it's meet the new boss, same as the old boss.
No molestes.
What was that?
What's going on?
Frosty, how
Is that on
my?
Frosty's end? Frosty,
Yeah,
turn the
He's got his
camera
chips
around.
and Frosty's got his chips.
I understood all of it.
Put it in there. What'd they say? What'd they say?
No, I'm not gonna share that. Like Frosty can share that if he wants.
They're being a pain in my ass right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
you poor
we
guy.
feel for
You
you,
poor
bro.
guy. I see you struggling
Yeah.
by that pool all day, man. I see you struggling out there.
Sucks to be you, I bet.
Smile on his face and a drink in his hand. Yeah, we really depressing life you live there, Frosty.
Chica es muy que
Chicks
pena.
out there like, whip your cock out, puppy.
We need
I
to
love
make
it, man.
a.
I love it when you stream with Frosty because we'll come over and it'll say "Cerveza, por favor." And they
Exactly.
give him a drink over. It's great. It's awesome.
We need to tell Hex is the way to make a deep fake with Frosty.
I can do one. I know how to make those. I can do one too. I used to do those with some of the
Frosty
RichardHeart ones.
doesn't need a deep fake, man. He lives the life.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just
Let me
about
come-
to
let me
say,
come do some
all you
onboarding.
need
Let
to
me-
do is figure
You should-
out his password for his phone.
We
Oh
should
my
deep
God.
fake him into Scarface. We should deep fake him into Scarface.
There's nothing on my phone. Have at it.
Here, who's this one?
Hercules.
What movie is this?
Hercules. With Kevin
Oh, the
Sorbo.
TV show. The TV
Yeah.
show.
Who is that?
I guess it's GRC, right?
Yup, GRC.
That's GRC
Oh,
for real?
That doesn't look like him.
Because of the.
Because of the wavy hair.
Oh, check it out.
Where's Aeolus?
GRC to the
All right,
rescue.
last one. This is the last one. This is the last one. I promise. Last one. All right, here we
No,
go.
they're good. They're good.
Sam's was better, man. Sam's was much better.
Wait, here we go. Hold on.
The feeder one was the best, I thought.
David had
This
one
is the
too.
last one. This is the last one.
You were in a 4G.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's hilarious.
That's
All right,
feeder.
this is the best one. No,
That's
no, no.
funding
This is
tip.
funding
Funding
tip.
tip.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Oh,
Yeah,
That makes sense.
yeah.
Trying
Yeah.
That would actually been a better. He would have been a better character than fucking Tom Cruise. God damn.
Yeah, he looks good there.
God damn, that would have been better,
Yeah,
man.
so shout out to Hex is the way. He has a bunch of them posted on there on like everyone. He has a bunch on RichardHeart as well. But yeah, shout out to
I'm a
Hex is
fucking
the way.
Neiman Marcus
Dan?
fucking model. God damn it.
Dan, do you know if you have my Dirty Dancing one there or no?
Whose
Probably not.
whose
No,
Twitter
no,
was
no.
that? Hex is the way.
Yeah, Hex is the way.
You guys
I think
know
he
you
did
download
one on
Face app, right, for your phone, and you
one
can do that.
on me just like today or something.
Actually, yeah, he did. He did.
Yeah, I was like,
We're gonna put you on. We're gonna
didn't-
put you on an elephant.
Didn't
There.
look like me that much, but it was funny still.
Johnny had a
He's
good
got
one.
a
What's the one
better
Johnny put
picture.
on himself a while back? With the you were on one, weren't you, Johnny?
Actually, he did one
I
on
will-
Romanian Dan too. He did
Fabio
one on
one.
Romanian
They
Dan.
had you on Fabio, I think. Didn't you?
I
didn't you post-
I do them on my phone too. So sometimes I share some. Like there was there was like the dude that said from Caddyshack that goes, "We're waiting." You know.
Oh, I love that guy. Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
where's your evidence? We're waiting. You
Yeah.
know, and then I did the times ticking with the times ticking guy. I changed faces with that. I switched my face with the Witcher. So I was soaking in the tub, going, "All right, I'm just relaxing."
For people who didn't see it on Twitter, like about a month ago, Johnny, tell me if you remember this. Expensive Taste received a text message from the wrong number. You remember this, Johnny?
Oh yeah.
So people in chat and you guys here, Expensive Taste received some like, oh hey, Daddy, you want to come over and play, blah blah blah, and she obviously responded with a picture or whatever, and I said, well, send me the number. It's a picture of herself, yeah. And then I messaged Expensive Taste. I'm like, you think I should text her? I'll text her for sure. Oh no, she was looking for someone. She's like, hey, I'm looking for Randy or something. So Johnny had posted a picture of himself from a couple of days ago with like his hair flowing and shirt off. I think it was the beginning of when they started the fitness challenge. So sure enough, I take this woman's number and I send a picture of Johnny saying, "Oh God!"
Oh no!
And I just like, I'm ready. I go, "You're looking for me? Here I am."
I found the one on Finbear, and I didn't even know that he did one on Romanian Dan as well.
Oh really? Sweet.
Yeah, I saw this. I'm fucking kicking ass here, man. Except hers.
Oh my
That looked great.
that looks weird.
I gotta find the Dirty Dancing one.
Here's the Romanian Dan. What?
Did you see what they did with that picture? I had it in my banner for like the longest time. Somebody took my picture, cut me out, and then put me in a wrestling ring. And I was holding the lawsuit in one hand, the belt in the other, and standing on Binance's face. That was really cool.
Just looking at the thumbnail is fucking hilarious.
Doesn't look like me though.
Here we go.
I'm gonna copy this fucking thing.
That look weird.
And make the world safe for democracy. What are you going to do to cash in on your newfound fame? I'm going to Disneyland. You.
You.
I found the Dirty Dancing thing. I want to send it to Dan. He can post it.
Okay. Yeah, send it to
Possibly. Me. Yeah. I'll get it here in a second. Well, what else is up? What else is on the docket? Do we have any other funny shit to go through? Any other crypto news?
I got a joke if you guys want to hear it.
That was
Somebody started crying.
It was so ugly it woke up the baby.
Bro,
Hi. Hola.
Oh, Dios mío. Who said Dios mío?
Hola chicos, how are you? Good night.
¿Cómo estás, señorita? ¿Cómo estás?
Fine,
Good
you?
morning.
No, good night. En Ecuador es de noche.
Buenos
Buenos
noches.
noches.
Hola.
Buenas noches.
Hola linda, hi you.
Hola. ¿Todo bien?
No, porque Frosty pelea mucho conmigo.
¿Y por qué está peleando contigo?
Ah, porque él es peleón.
Aprende español sin mí, ¿no?
Aconséjenlo, por favor. Díganle que tiene que bajarle 2 rayitas al estrés.
¿Tú quieres que se vaya, ¿eh? Eso es lo que
No, que se vaya, no, que le baje 2 rayitas al estrés. De 5 a 3 o a 2.
Oh, tú quieres llevártelo,
No, ya estamos juntos, ya está conmigo, ya no lo suelto.
No, llevártelo para otro sitio en la casa,
Ah, Beth, no, Leiro. Ya se las devuelvo para que sigan en su conversación.
He's trying to bring his stress
Los
levels
espero
down.
en Ecuador. I wait here, please. Tienen que venir a visitar nuestro país.
Sí.
Soon. Pronto.
Sí.
¿Sí?
Bye bye,
Viene
que
pronto.
tengan una linda noche.
Igualmente.
Chao,
Buenas
linda.
noches.
Have a good evening.
Gracias.
Chao. Tienen que seguirme en Instagram. 19 Carito P.
El ñañito.
Carito, 19 Carito P en Instagram. Y en Twitter, HEX Ecuador. Bye bye, chicos. Ya se los pongo otra vez al amo.
Alright.
Al puto
Bye,
amo.
bye.
Chao, buenas
Bye.
noches.
Cuida el ñañito.
Fucking
Cuida el ñañito. Cuida el ñañito.
Ya, siempre algo ahí. Porque se meten muchos problemas aquí. Tengo que estar pendiente. Uy, como niña, así. Exactly.
Fuck, man.
I'm sure I got none of that, man.
I got absolutely none of that, but she's very
No.
excited and happy.
All I know is when I hear
But our
talking
language
like
is
that,
so hot,
somebody's
man. I'm
gonna
all
be
over it.
having some sex
It is
tonight.
Well, that's basically what she was saying, that she's trying to bring his stress levels down, like around 2 to 3. So,
Yeah.
that's what they're arguing about. She wants to bring the
Oh,
stress
there's an
level down.
argument. Dude, you shouldn't be arguing.
It's not arguing.
You can
Nah,
just
it's a
hop
good-
out
it's a
for
good
15
thing.
minutes and come back
It's a
later.
good thing. Oh, yeah, you can do that too. Oh, wait, what is this?
Oh, wait, no. You gotta play with the, you gotta play with the music. You need to play with the music.
Cheers.
Sí, salud,
Cheers.
salud.
Salud.
Where's the music?
Enjoy the love.
Yeah, there you go. So that was like the first one I did. That's the first one I made. Look how beautiful. What an ugly chick Huddle Dog makes, eh?
Oh, man. Yeah, but still,
That was a good
like, as a chick, Huddle Dog would still be so tall that everybody
Yeah.
would be lining up to
Oh yeah, I'd still
like
hit that.
bang one out. Jesus, that's
He's
a big
very-
dog.
Whoa, I was not expecting you to end with that.
Huddle Dog in real life is like that too. He's got to be, what is he, Johnny? Like 7 feet tall?
6'8". He's 6'8".
6'8"?
I'm 6'7".
Jeez.
He is not
Oh,
the
man.
tallest
Who's
Mexican. I
6'7"?
had another one at
Frosty.
6'9" at the
Fuck you, Frosty.
what you call it? I will have all Frosty.
Tenemos que hacer un streaming con Carlita.
Hey,
No,
do
like,
you guys,
Gossip.
I'm like,
Yeah,
do you
Oh,
guys
shit,
want to see?
gossip.
Do you guys
I'm
want
like
to see a
6'2".
dirtier TikTok one that I made with Richard? It's a lot dirtier, but it's funny.
it's pretty late
No.
over here, so fine. Let's go.
I'll send it to Dan, and when he gets it, he can post it up. Give me a second here.
Put it in the private chat.
I can't. It's not working. I'll just send it to his
Bro,
Telegram.
I'm
and he
sorry,
can
that
post it.
picture of me KDP haunts me, bro. That's fucking
Oh, where is
Yeah.
KDP? Somebody send her a
SJ,
fucking invite
how
to
is
this.
the van?
I'll do that.
How is the van trip?
Okay, I found it.
So where are you, Hexter?
I'm everywhere.
Yeah, but
Where are
are you
you?
in the UK or are you in
No, I'm in
Canada?
Canada.
You're
I'm in
fortunate,
old Adolph's Canada right now.
Sorry about
All
your luck.
right.
Yeah, but isn't everything free now? Apparently.
Oh, it's
Free.
free.
It is.
It's
Yeah,
it's
you
free
just
until the
have to-
fall when they go. Well, you guys are free now, but get ready for more mandates. Come,
It's free with a
Winter
90% tax.
yeah, yeah. No, when I go, if we get down to there to Ecuador with Frosty, we're gonna look at some stuff
Yes, you are.
because
Yeah.
I it's bad here, man. It really is. It's
Hey, Frosty, what's it
Fucking
like
horrible.
in Ecuador?
It's freer than Canada.
Oh yeah, you can pretty much.
I don't know
do whatever
about
you want.
I don't know about your perspective, but based on my perspective right now, fucking Ecuador is looking great.
Yeah, it's
Fucking Ecuador,
it's pretty
no.
bad over
Fucking
here,
Ecuador,
man.
no. Fucking no.
Where? Yeah.
My country is beautiful, amazing.
And Frosty, you appear to be under the influence, and I'm not talking about your drink.
Yeah, we'll call him A. We'll call him B. We got grande problemas in Ecuador.
Problemas.
yeah.
Yo soy
No.
solución.
Like I don't know, like
Beautiful.
it feels like where we are now.
Sí, sí.
It feels like
¿Dónde
people are
estás?
starting
No,
to-
¿Dónde
China,
estás
no,
tú,
China.
amigas y chiquitas? ¿Dónde
Sí.
estás? Y
Here, beautiful gears. Y beautiful
yo
guys.
soy ready on board.
No, board no. Forget bored. Enjoy, relax. No boring.
Sí.
No, 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 no.
Andamos a comer.
Famous is already ready to move. He's got the language. He's
I'm down to do 6 months, 6 months.
All you need Ecuador. Ustedes necesitan Ecuador.
Oh, yes. I understand,
All
but I
you
can't
need
say anything.
Ecuador.
Oh, man.
What's the flight time there again,
It's-
Frosty? From here, like 6 hours from Toronto?
I don't know. It depends where. Oh yeah. Well, yes, it is 6.5 hours for a direct flight. But good luck trying to find a direct flight. Like if you take a private jet from Pearson to here, 6.5 hours. But once you go through the bullshit, you'll have a bunch of layovers that'll probably take you 20 hours if you fly commercial.
Wow.
If you fly private, it'll literally take you fucking 6.5 hours from airport to airport.
Hex, are you ready to risk it all, huh?
Oh, it's not risky. I don't give a shit. It's fine. It's just, yeah, play it. It's funny. It's from a
He's
movie.
like, fuck it, man. He's like,
Oh, you sent me something? I was just talking about
I got
it.
PulseX. Fuck it.
No,
I could go
Bullish.
broke.
I can't. I don't have it on here. Bullish just sent it in here. Okay, maybe I can airdrop it. I'll try that. Maybe you're right.
No, just the link. Just the link.
Drop it like it's hot. I don't have a link to it. It's on my my phone.
Ah.
Play the
video.
Play the Hexadorian Girls one from HexIM, or from HexIM the Way.
Who?
Who?
Who are you talking to?
Bada? I don't know. Bullish.
Hex is the way?
Whoever's fucking running this shit.
Hex is the way. Hex, I am the way. I'm like, I've never heard of that.
Who's
I don't know, Frosty. I just walked into the room. I had no idea what I was getting into.
The kidney doctor, aka
Well,
the kidney
that's what it's all about, man. That's you do. You come in, you enjoy, you relax, you drink some Bambino, Life of Perfecto. ¿Qué problema?
Talk about some elephants.
Exactly. I don't even know what the fuck that was. I tuned out on that fucking thing.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
Le faltó decir.
Dan, it's in the Telegram
Yeah,
chat.
you
too,
just
if you
gotta
want.
work on your delivery, buddy. That's all.
I am Frosty.
¿Qué problema?
No, sí. Yo soy Frosty, fucking Ecuador.
Chica, es
Odio
muy
las
que pena en la
reglas
noche.
de este país. Solo se la
Está muy loca. Está muy.
every day. No,
¿Qué es
crazy
I
Bambino?
definitely
no.
understood some of that language. I'm sorry.
Mucho Bambino.
But it's true. I am retired. I am rich. Fucking Ecuador.
So this clip you're gonna
Yes,
see
So
is it's from Pumping
you
Iron.
live here.
Oh.
But every day complain. Fucking Ecuador. Fucking rude. Fucking rules. Not legal, nothing. Fucking country. Okay.
Who?
Happy hour over there.
Yeah, they're very feisty. When they get mad, man.
Oh yeah,
Yo-
they're
yo-
feisty, all right.
Yo
They're like a
pensaba
fucking.
que esto era de negocios.
See, this is the
Puro
problem. They get
chisme.
feisty. They're like fucking.
No business. Only gossip, only smile, only funny. No business. No, other day. Today no.
Ross, you got a question. How about healthcare in Ecuador?
Actually, the healthcare is fucking way better in here than it is. Hey, healthcare in Ecuador. ¿Sí o no?
Us?
Good. Bueno.
Los médicos, ¿cómo
Good
son?
Ecuador.
Los médicos,
Perdón.
¿cómo son ahí?
Bueno, hay que buscar buenos médicos porque si no te matan, hay que ser sinceros. Hay buenos, como en todos lados, hay buenos médicos, buenos policías.
So you can get a
buenos
doctor come to your
Let me,
house.
let me just translate. She was. I asked her how's
The lawyer is good, the doctor is good.
I just asked her how the
Private.
doctor's over there. She goes, "Oh no, you got to make sure you get a good doctor. If not, they'll kill you."
Si vas al médico equivocado, con una inyección te mueres. Pero eso no va a pasar porque aquí te vamos a asesorar.
But that
con
kind of goes with anywhere,
But she
right?
said-
That kind of goes with any
Wait,
doctor.
that is
Knows
true,
what
that
to
is
do.
Good information.
But
good
she said,
doctor,
but you don't have to worry
good
about that in
lawyers,
Ecuador because you have her
good
and Frosty.
business.
There
Who
you
the
go.
fuck
Here it
is
is.
that?
Here it is. Here it is.
Gym rat.
Uh-oh.
You got it. Here we go. Bust that shit.
That's freaking Arnold Schwarzenegger's body.
Yeah, turn it up. Turn it up. Listen to this.
No asteroides, no nada.
It's Arnold.
No consumimos nada.
Dan, I can't hear it.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we need the volume, man.
That's
Always,
Arnold.
always silent, Carlita. Always. No, not today. Always.
That head looks so small.
Wait, isn't that Richard?
Yeah, but you got to hear it with the. Oh, that didn't work at
Oh,
all.
I thought when he said my head looks so small it was part of the video.
Dan, can you
that
try
was
it
just
again with
me
the audio?
commenting on his freakishly small head.
Danny boy?
Yeah, I'm trying to right now. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. You got to hear with the audio. It brings a lot more to the presentation.
Yeah, you get the full body experience.
You get the full trunkification.
Mm.
Those are like C's, bro.
There you go.
I'm getting it. Yeah.
The greatest feeling you can get is the pump. Let's say you train your biceps. Blood is rushing into your muscles, and that's what we call the pump. Your muscles get a really tight feeling, like your skin is going to explode any minute. You know, it's really tight. It's like somebody blowing air into your muscle. It just blows up, and it feels different. It feels fantastic. It's as satisfying to me as coming is.
Feeling a little malnourished.
Having sex with a woman and coming. So can you believe how much I'm in heaven? I'm like getting the feeling of coming in the gym. I'm getting the feeling of coming at home. I'm getting the feeling of coming backstage when I pump up, when I pose out in front of 5,000 people. I get the same feeling. So I'm coming day and night. I mean, it's terrific, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually good.
I wasn't sure how people would feel about that because of the context, but whatever.
That was funny.
Who cares?
What context?
Oh, you know.
You mean the coming and the...
I guess, yeah, you should.
I'm getting the feeling of coming. Yeah.
I'm feeling malnourished.
I think it's the pump.
Oh, man.
Who's got crypto questions out there? Anybody?
Who's got crypto questions?
Who's buying? What are we buying today?
Motherfucker.
He's pumped now, talking about the coming.
Serious about crypto is watching this show.
If I skin a salmon, should I cut the head off completely, or should I go?
What are we
like,
buying? What are we
along the
sacking for next?
backbone? What do you guys think? Nobody has any crypto questions. Like, this is the best fucking bull market ever.
Worst not
How about this?
Best.
show.
11 years ago, Bitcoin was at a penny.
There you
There
go.
you go.
Wow.
And
This is a
nobody-
long story. This is a long story. All right then.
No.
Wait,
Let's
your
go.
definition of long?
11 years is
Nobody
nothing.
At a penny, thought that Bitcoin would ever hit $1 trillion market cap. If they did,
Oh no.
they would have held it. You know, and it's still so funny because we do get these people that want to defend market cap. Okay, if market cap's so important, how come the market cap websites don't use it?
Right?
They're all different. They don't even honor market cap, and their site is based on market cap. So why don't they use it? Well,
It's even in their name.
and I had a little trolley the other day. He's like, this guy thinks it's gonna go. That's kind of what triggered my spree today. This guy thinks it's gonna go to whatever market cap because X is going to $1.50. What an idiot! No, what an idiot! You think market cap's an actual limiter when it's an unachievable number, which is based off two metrics that hold no value whatsoever because all the other coins only have two measurable metrics, which is supply and price. And if they don't use the actual supply and the actual price, then you're not
It's
even,
even not
you're not
the
even
actual
measuring
market
market
cap,
cap. You're
yeah.
just measuring it. And oh my God. It's
John,
especially-
there was a story. Sorry, Frosty, real quick. There was a story 2 days ago. There was a story 2 days ago of a guy who made a company and became the richest person in the world for 5 minutes on paper because he used the whole market cap formula
Yeah.
to do so.
Well, it's because it's so fucking manipulatable,
yeah.
Right.
right? You could literally
Hey,
have a
Wales came
single buy
on.
function.
Immediately you hear a landline ringing.
The moment he heard Bitcoin, he was like, I'm here.
Go
Yeah.
Rags.
Blah, blah, blah.
Always-
And
it's
he's
always
already
been an
getting a
unachievable
phone call
number.
from the commissioner.
What's up,
It's always been
Ginger
an
Wars.
unachievable number. You know, the minute the first sale is made, the market cap changes. So
Exactly.
it doesn't even matter the quantity of the sale. As soon as that first coin is sold, you lose exponential market cap. Why? Because it was never
Whoa.
an achievable number. It's not even a measurable metric to reflect anything, but this is what problems you have when you have digital things.
A
that
single
have no
market
measurable
buy can
metrics.
change the whole fucking metrics.
Yeah.
The thing about that, 11 years ago is not that, it's not long. You know what I mean?
No.
Like, 11 years ago, it was at a penny. Like,
that's what I keep trying to get people's heads around. Slow the fuck down. You know what I mean? And relax. Nobody's valuing the function of time. They buy this shit and be like, I hit the buy button 3 seconds ago. How come not I'm a fucking millionaire? I'm like, yeah, if life was only that way, like, give me a break. Jesus Christ.
How do I share a file on here? Because I've got like a chart of what Bitcoin's highs and lows were over the past several years. And really, it shows you, damn it. I don't know how to do this. It says share screen.
The trust they have in the trust they have in it. That's my opinion.
I mean, you guys realize that you're talking about complete morons, right?
Liquidity driven.
Clearly.
Leave it to Wales to be the hot knife through butter. He just comes in. Boom.
Drop it like it's
funny.
Drop
But
it like
you know what's
hot.
funny? It's only the 2017 class of 2017. If you realize it.
Yeah. None of these guys know what
always
the fuck they're talking about, man. You guys are discussing clowns. Just stop. It's a complete waste of your time.
It's the worst crypto show.
Everybody's gonna literally
doing here.
figure out that there is nowhere else to go.
I'll be right
Just
back,
look at
guys.
that stupid Bloomberg article. Even they realize what the fuck is going on.
Which one? There's many.
No, there's only one.
Stupid Bloomberg?
The one about HEX, bro.
Oh, okay.
I think it's metrics. It's
No.
all metrics.
No,
That's why they
no,
did it.
no,
in my
no,
opinion.
no. Just check it. You're talking about why. I don't give a fuck why they did it. Look at what they did.
Yeah.
They related it to Bitcoin automatically. We didn't have to tell them shit. You think they got that from us?
Nope.
No.
So it's time for people to stop wasting time talking to these morons. They're fucking morons. They don't know anything. Everything is going to leave them behind. It's 2022. These motherfuckers are living in the year 2002.
Oh, yeah, man. They think Commodore 64 is the future of
Yo,
technology.
you know it.
Wait a minute.
This is
it's
my
not?
joystick.
What the fuck?
My S-Class joystick. Come on, man. Like, what the fuck? Like, let's be serious. Like, we're not even talking about competition.
God
These
damn, my VIC 20's out of date. God damn it.
See? That's more of a concern than these Bitcoin maxis, man. Seriously. Like, these people don't even know what mining is. They think they know, and they don't even know. It's crazy, man. It boggles the mind. I mean, I've been just sitting back watching these fools just lose their shit. Because
They're getting worse, Wales. They're getting more and more
traction.
scared.
But why? They're like the deep state. The closer the end to their reign gets,
the
more retarded their behavior becomes. The more volatile they get.
Well, what do you think about the 2-year and 10-year inverting this week, brother?
Oh, man, look. The party's just getting started, baby. I talk about it. That party's just getting started. You already know, Frosty. I don't even got to break that one down to you.
Exactly. 18 months after the 2-year and 10-year invert, what happens?
Look, there's a reason I fell off of Twitter. I got nothing else to say. I've said everything I can say. I honestly got nothing else to say.
So you noticed the 2-year and 10-year inverting this week?
Yes.
Exactly. And you know what that means, right?
Yes. Bye-bye.
well, for the people who are not that hip and is watching, can you give them a summary of what that means?
Basically, market's about to snap.
What happens every time the 2-year and 10-year fucking inverts?
About to snap.
18 months after the 2-year and 10-year fucking inverts, it's generally not good.
No. Because, okay.
More inflation, man.
Why is that? Because it's important to understand why. The reason why is because when you think about it, you're talking about a timeline and the cost of money on that timeline. It does not make sense for you to borrow at a higher rate for 2 years than 10 years because you're borrowing for a longer period of time. So there's more risk embedded in that transaction. 2 years, you only got 2 years to pay it back. You really don't got that much time to fuck it up. So therein lies the difference in the prices. So if the yield for a 2-year is higher than a 10-year, That means people are not willing at all. I'm sorry. If the 2-year yield is lower, no, I'm saying it backwards. I'm sorry. I said it right the first way.
Yes, you did.
2-year yield higher than the 10-year means the cost to borrow is more expensive short term. People are not willing to take the risk on the U.S. And it starts at the beginning of the curve. Go ahead, Frosty.
I can give you some insight into that. So I'm friends with a rebel capitalist, and his guys on there that basically like they have huge real estate deals where they have to put $1 million down on a deal to say that we're interested, right? And those $1 million deals, they're walking away from in real estate, walking away. So it's an escrow. So here you go. It's freaking, you take it. We put $1 million down, non-refundable, and they're walking away from $1 million non-refundable deal because of 2-year, 10-year inverted. What the fuck does that tell you about real estate prices?
Bye-bye.
Exactly. They're literally leaving $1 million non-refundable deposit on the table and say, the math don't make sense of walking away. Whoa, wait a minute.
Imagine,
that's a fucking huge problem.
imagine turning your back on $1 million cash.
Cash, non-refundable. Bye.
What I said.
Imagine selling millions of HEX on the market at 3 cents.
Bro, look, that you know what, Johnny? There's just no words for that level of asininity. I don't even know if that's a word, but I just made that shit up. If it ain't. Like, there are no words.
Asininity.
Imagine
no
the people.
word.
You know what's even worse? Imagine the people that sold at 7 cents, 6 cents, and they got their ETH. And it's like, oh no, or like the 4 cent sellers.
They thought they were being some slick motherfucker. Should have sold in the USDC.
You know what? I gotta say, that might get people mad, and it gets me mad. The fucking stablecoin motherfuckers might be chilling.
Of course they're chilling, bro. But guess what? They're
Stupid
only
fucks are
chilling.
man.
But why are they chilling? Because they know that their
scared.
pivot. It's not even that. Their pivot is right back to crypto. It's not like they're cashing out in the fiat.
Yeah.
You see? So they're really hiding in a shadow system if you really sit there and think about it, because those dollars aren't even accounted for.
No, like Tether literally prints money out of thin air. So literally, like, Bitcoin is being propped up by Tether, which is basically, it's the whole
it's like the Fed
exchanging seashells for land sort of thing. They're literally able to print as much as they want. So they can pump the price of Bitcoin, and they can also short it and then dump their Bitcoin, and then
that's what started this.
And it's bridged assets.
Sorry to cut everyone off.
So they bought shit that they couldn't afford. It's kind of like it's like fractional reserve banking. Banks are able to write checks for money that they don't have and charge you interest on that money that they don't have. Tether's doing the same thing. They're able to purchase assets with money that they don't have, run the price up, sell those assets, and then they have the money that they didn't have to begin with because someone allowed them to purchase it with their bullshit currency.
This game
before we continue, hold on. Before we continue, AJ has to hop off, so we just want to send her off properly. And
later, AJ.
SJ.
Didn't I say SJ?
Yeah, you said AJ.
Oh, I'm sorry. SJ, sorry.
For a while,
that's all right. It's the worst crypto show ever. That's
exactly
the way it's supposed to go. I love y'all. It was really fun being
Take care.
here, but I'm gonna leave this sausage fest.
Easy, girl.
Peace.
Love you.
Later, y'all. Bye.
I don't know about your sausage fest. There ain't no sausage fest here.
Ain't no sausage fest. No.
What up, Nate?
Not that sausage. What's up, y'all? How y'all
I agree,
doing?
but this thing is not new. This fucking game's been happening for a long time. There's nothing new in rehopification and any of this, right? So just learn to play the fucking game, man.
But they can pull all the coins too if they want, because it's all bridged assets and ETH. It's not even originating from ETH. It's from the Tether network, right? So like
exactly,
they have like this. They have this control that it's like, oh.
So the question becomes, how do you use that to your advantage with the knowledge you have? How do you use that to your advantage?
You got to speak some shit that no one likes, man.
Well,
I guess you just gotta learn from example. Look at the 08.
None of this is new. None of this is new at all.
No, it
this
isn't.
is like, right? But people get mad at it. But we all have the same ability to play the same game. Just play it. And
Yeah.
then turn around and use the money you make to fucking lobby government to fucking make real change. Everybody fucking hates me for saying that. Hates me. But that's the way the real world works.
Don't hate the player, hate the game, right?
No, that is the game as it stands. You know.
Yeah, exactly. That's we got no other choice. What are we gonna do? Act like we don't live here?
Exactly.
Like, it's the height of stupidity to think that. I mean, I had to come to terms with that shit because it's just nonsensical. Like in order to change the system, you must become.
You have to be in the system. Unfortunately,
we can change the space, but we can't change the overall system.
Correct.
You're not going to change it overnight. We're not going to change it in our lifetime.
No.
We're not. But we can influence the system for change in the future. But that means you have to be in the system. And the system is ugly. It's dirty. It's a fucking dirty fucking game.
Disgusting.
It's a disgusting game. You're 100% right.
It's not for everybody.
It's a fucking tough game. And but that's the way the world is, whether we like it or we don't. And I get fucking so much fucking shit for this when I say this shit. But it's reality. It's the way the boots on the ground work. Whether you like it or don't is irrelevant. It's the way the fucking the system functions.
You gotta learn how to get dirty and clean up afterwards.
Exactamente. Exactamente.
I like that.
Spoken like a champ. That's right. And why is that though? Because everybody else is playing the same game, whether you want to or not.
Yep.
Like you don't want to play, but guess what? Everybody
You're playing.
else is
playing.
They're playing. You got no choice. And as much as it used to piss me off, because I spent a decade just railing at people like, what are y'all doing? And people they're just playing. They can't not play because they were just brainwashed so much that they have to. That's ultimately what it boils down to. Man.
You just have to recognize the game you're playing.
Yeah, that's the
right.
Well, there's a reason we're paired to USDC, but we're not paired to Tether.
Sure.
I wish the liquidity providers would just pull their damn ETH and set it to USDC so that we don't have to.
And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but USDC ain't the fucking prima donna everybody thinks it is either.
When you bridge that asset, when you bridge out that asset, it becomes fucking useless.
Well, hey, my only advice, and I know the guys of USDC. Who are the owners and the ones that are managing USDC? Start peeling back the layer of that onion. You're not gonna like that answer either.
No.
And Tether also. Don't forget about Tether with New York Bank of Mellon.
Yeah,
a lot of people don't.
It's all the same people.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know about New York Bank of Mellon, even their history. You know, they're still notorious, man. That's why Tether's still around. They're around for a reason.
How long they've been trying to get rid of them, and they haven't been able to. I've worked with BNY directly myself, bro.
Wow.
Yeah.
Andrew Mellon. Research Andrew Mellon.
People need to educate themselves, as always. That's what it always boils down to, no matter what the task.
Mm-hmm.
You aren't doing anything if you don't know anything.
Pick up a book and read it.
Pretty straightforward.
I've done a lot of
learn
stuff
from experience.
Okay.
You can learn from experience and become wise anyway too. You know, just be aware of your surroundings. Learn to listen. Learn to look.
And learn to listen to what's not said. A lot.
Exactly.
What is not said is what's actually important.
Isn't like 90% of communication nonverbal, something like that?
100%.
Exactly.
That's what that was the biggest thing that worried me about all this fucking COVID shit with the mask, like how these kids are going to learn to socialize with people if they can't even show their fucking face. You know, it's like these young kids trying to pick up on all these social cues, and then years go by, and it's like, oh, I've never seen 60% of your face before, and can't pick up on little intricacies and social cues.
Get
it ain't
the fuck
good,
out of
man.
Canada.
That's well said. Definitely. That's what's going on.
Crazy.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. It is nuts. What's this comment here? What thoughts on WSB? Chris said that. Your thoughts on WSB tweeting about HEX today? What's WSB?
Wall Street Bets.
Oh, Wall Street. Wall Street Bets.
Official count.
Yeah, Wall Street Bets is asking about HEX. Yeah.
But was that an official count? Did anyone confirm if that was like an official count?
Wall Street Bets is looking at. There's gonna be some fucking crazy shit that might happen.
We just gotta keep our fucking heads down and keep doing us, man. Like Will said earlier about giving these guys any more light.
You gotta get ready.
Any more credence? Yeah, you're right. Just
don't
keep
like
doing
No, man,
us.
no, we keep doing us. Like, look at that. We
Yes.
said earlier before
Hey,
you guys got
Carlito.
on that altcoin break. That fucking killed him to talk about Hex. He didn't
Carlito.
want to, but he had to. We ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, even
Yeah,
the
you're
stream he
right.
did the other day. Even the stream he did the other day, like that was pretty good for like adoption as well, and like getting the name out there.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
gotta
just
work.
think about it. You know, this the product that actually brought all of us together. And if you did the right thing, actually staked from the beginning, I mean, even after big payday, you're doing well. You're doing
Well,
way better than others, definitely.
before, yeah, we've mentioned in the last few shows, and Johnny mentioned it earlier about. I said something about how it seems like the community's been in a good spot, even with the bear market here. Like, things have been pretty good on Twitter. Like, everyone's been not a lot of bullshit and stuff. I just lost my train of thought. Shit. God
Perfect.
damn. Perfect.
It's all good, man.
Damn it.
Sorry,
Things
I
are in
can
a
turn
good
the camera.
brother.
I can turn it
What the
back
hell was I
off.
The
gonna
thing is, we ran up so hard that a 90% drawback is not, it's like, look, okay, if you run up to $10 and you drop back down to $1, but you bought for 5 cents, are you really down?
No.
No, you're not.
But it's a
that's
function
exactly
of when
what
you
happened
bought.
with Hex.
Here's the problem. Most people bought
After.
in the ecosystem now with PulseX, right?
Yeah.
So now most of those motherfuckers are down and they're crying like a blues. You know what I mean? Even though all of us told them the same thing, the majority of the people in our community right now bought at PulseX. That's the space that I feel in the industry. Am I wrong, or that's the feeling I get?
think they're a little the people I'm encountering in a mass basis are a little more older, so I don't know.
Well, it's a lot of people came in because they're like wanting that quick flip.
Yeah,
So
of
they wanted to
course.
double
That's
their
irrelevant.
coins. They wanted
This
to
ain't this has never been flipped. This has never been pitched that way. So that in my mind, that shit is not even a concern because you know what's funny, and I get people complaining to me all the time about that doubling chart. Now, what's funny about that chart is that A, people don't understand what an average is. B, people missed everything I said prior to that fucking chart. Everything. Because all they talk about is that stupid ass chart. Like, we never talked about, oh, well, this is an average. And all this shit that led prior to this, actually, there was a sideways period that went for 200 days and all this crap that you see on the chart. And people act like that shit wasn't discussed. But this is the thing. This is why you got to ignore stupidity. Like, I still got people trying to tell me that Hex is correlated to other shit. Like, bro, how many times I got to show y'all dumbasses the data? Why don't you go do the math yourself? It's crazy. But this is how it works. This is why you just don't engage and ignore.
And plus, t-shirts aren't made to flip. Remember that t-shirts are not made to flip. They're made to, for the duration.
In all fairness, it is somewhat. In all fairness, it is somewhat correlated. If you line up the time rate frames from launch,
the rolling correlation. So here's how it works. Over time, of course, it's gonna ebb and flow with the other market because people are fucking stupid. We just saw a 95% drop because people are stupid, not because there's a reason to be selling Hex. Because what's changed over here? Not a single iota. Nothing.
Yeah.
Don't know what's going on.
Nobody could predict it, a liquidity provider pulling 140 million Hex and selling on themselves. Nobody could have predicted that. That was just epic dumbness.
Right. But
he made a lot of money. He made a lot of money after that.
But here's the thing. That's not the utility of Hex. That's not what this protocol is designed for. This software works 100% of the time, period.
I agree.
So upon that basis, what rationality is there when you're looking at someone selling outside of them taking just profits? We're talking about people selling millions at a clip, right?
At the bottom, too.
Yeah, like irresponsibly. It's kind of crazy.
When I saw that guy dump 40 million Hex, I was like, well, good he didn't do it at 50 cents.
Right.
Well, sure, get out.
But he left a lot of money on the table because all he had to do was set a limit at market and just wait.
Yeah,
that's literally all he had to do. So
like a
limit order. What the fuck's a limit
or,
order?
or a half an hour makes a difference when they're taking millions and shit. Like, it's kind of crazy, bro. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Stupid
I mean,
is, stupid does.
literally,
That's all.
they went to Best Buy. They
What the
bought
fuck's
all
a
the
limit
red
order?
shit. They took it home. They put it in their garage sale and sold it for pennies on the dollar. That's what they did.
And then one and bought a TV.
Yeah, pretty much.
It broke the next day and wasn't under warranty.
Check out the
Look, they're gonna
PS5 I got, man.
realize they're gonna realize the error of their selling. They're just gonna realize it for real while we're still around, literally.
Well,
Muy
Nightly
estúpido.
did.
No
Why I
entiendo
sell my
fucking
HEX
limit
guy
order.
did. You know, I mean, it. I have never seen anything that could in this space that could possibly literally compete with Bitcoin's position. And the reason Bitcoin is still as strong as it is because it's the brand name. It's what mainstream, which is 10 years behind everybody else, is now talking about it. 10 years from now, mainstream will be talking about HEX. It just takes time.
Bitcoin is MySpace.
Time is your ally.
It's I have to play devil's advocate here just a little bit. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I really do. And why I say that is,
Please do.
Wheels wants you to. You can fucking. I can hear the guy salivating. He's like, "Oh my fucking please."
No.
He ready. He ready, man.
Good debate, that's all.
Okay.
No, but
I have to play devil's advocate here just a little bit, right? Part of the issue with like people like trashing on Bitcoin and Ethereum, and I get it. I'm not just a fucking macro like a MAXI, you know what I mean? Like we got to give respect to the whole fucking ecosystem for a second.
Sure.
And what I mean by that is, if the original ecosystem was rolled out in the way it was originally meant to be rolled out,
Wouldn't even need HEX.
You wouldn't need HEX. So what I mean by that is, if the original fucking white paper, the way it was written, where every person ran a fucking node and ran a single miner, right? And we'd had 1.2 billion people, or a fucking 500 million people launch one node and one mining farm, we wouldn't have the conversations we are.
Right.
Let's be clear.
I disagree with that.
We wouldn't. So the problem is, it got rolled out, and it got rolled out not the way it was originally intended. It got rolled out via centralization.
Yep.
If it got rolled out in the way that it was originally designed to be rolled out, I mean, where one person ran one node and one person ran one miner distributed between 1 billion people, we'd be having a very different conversation regarding the peer-to-peer functionality of it, right?
Absolutely.
100%.
But the problem is, it never got rolled out the way it was originally designed. So
it got corrupted.
So what I'm saying is, does the software work? Yes, it does work if it's rolled out in the proper way. It didn't get rolled out that way. So I just want to make that as a clear distinction. Like, if things would be like, oh my God, Bitcoin would never be a payment.
That's a good caveat.
Absolutely.
Right? It would. If Bitcoin got rolled out in a completely decentralized way, where 2 billion people had one node and one miner, we would be having a very different conversation right now.
Yep.
Absolutely. I mean, the intent was, and proof of work gets attacked quite a bit, but at the time, it was fair and even distribution. It allowed everybody to compete on the network equally and compete for their share of the coins. And that was the way that it was designed, and that was great. Yeah. Then came the birth of the ASIC miners. And when that happened, now you all of a sudden have to have specialized equipment. Then you had companies investing, and then the algorithm gets harder and harder, and you have to spend more and more money. And it just was a compounding effect that took it into a certain direction where only certain players can afford to be next to where the inflation is.
But this isn't a byproduct of any. You could run this experiment a million times over and over and over and over and over again amongst the people, and it will always centralize.
Yeah,
it will always centralize. I don't care how many times you run this experiment where there's an opportunity to decentralize it and it becomes centralized. It always becomes centralized over a function of time.
And we kind of have that. We kind of have that now, and that's why our price is suffering, is because the big players that did catch on, that hold large shares, are able to dump a large majority right now. As they are dumping this large majority, it does become more decentralized because there are a lot more purchases than there are sells, which means there are multiple accounts that are acquiring these coins versus just single large holders. Now,
I'm not gonna.
okay. It's okay to have large holders if they act responsibly, but the problem is we don't. People got such a good deal that we have a lot of people that were in positions they probably shouldn't have had. They don't know how to act responsible. They probably haven't seen that kind of money in their lifetime, and they don't know how to set a goddamn limit order.
That's a byproduct of human nature. That's a byproduct of human nature, and you'll never get away from that. You will never get away from that as long as humans live on this world.
Well, I mean, it's also part of their ignorance, Johnny. I mean, look, it took us months to even understand HEX. It really did. It took me months. It really did, and a whole lot of others. And you got these knuckleheads that actually buy the coin, and then expected to do something, and then they just don't see it. Because they weren't paying attention, they weren't listening.
Here's the thing, and they think they're geniuses because they're selling early, right?
And
they think they're geniuses about this. Look, I'm telling you right now, there are liquidity gaps. Quit garage selling your shit. I've sold coins for $10 during liquidity gaps. So don't freaking some of these damn geniuses act like they know what they're.
Sir, I'm gonna have to start treating you like Kinetics. Shout out to him if he's watching.
You're telling people too much.
Yes, exactly.
You're talking too much, man.
Okay. Yes. So there are liquidity gaps, right?
But yeah,
shut your mouth.
Limit orders, there are moments of liquidity gaps. If you are patient and intelligent, you know how to use that. These people that call
shut
themselves
your
traders and
mouth,
brag about dumping
Johnny.
their bag.
Thank you.
Dude, you are like taking your shit out to the garbage can and dumping it there. You
will never explain that to the average person.
Yeah.
Not in a fucking million years.
I mean, HEX has actually shown the true ignorance of the crypto space.
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, true ignorance.
I mean, no disrespect by that comment, but you can fucking shout that from the rooftops so you're blue in the face.
No, but it's true.
Never
years to
fucking
get
get
people
it.
to start using limit orders.
They don't even know what a fucking limit order is.
You're right. He knows you're right. Look, hold on. Let me tell you something about Johnny. You might not know. When I first came on the scene, he kindly went out of his way to advise me that I was talking to myself. So,
no one was listening at first?
No, nobody was understanding at first.
Oh, okay.
And in all honesty, if the network was rolled out in the way it was initially designed to roll out, I would take a proof of work system over a proof of stake any day.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's technology.
You met your own yield.
It's technology. It has to get better.
But it's not rolled out that way.
Nobody would speak
we need
about.
to think a different way.
Nobody would speak about the electricity consumption if everybody had a small miner.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be an issue.
None of this stuff would
It'd be like, hey, do you know your remote works on electricity? Everybody would be like, well, so
but if you had 2 billion people that ran one miner in their house, nobody would even know the electricity cost.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
They wouldn't care.
Bitcoin was not meant to be this big. That's all I have to say. It was
meant to be this big. It was never deployed the proper way.
I don't think it was meant to be.
I don't think it was deployed the proper way. So it's just stressed because of that.
Exactly.
Because this isn't.
So when people
say the stock market,
So when people say
Frosty, it's not being used properly.
It's not. When people say Bitcoin won't work as a payment, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
It will absolutely work as a payment if it's deployed properly.
But that's the problem, Frosty.
But it can't.
We're 12 years, 13 years deep in the game. That shit is sailed, you know.
I agree. But I want people to have that clear in their mind.
No, you're 100% correct.
But you have to build new because you can't fix what they've already
that's the biggest.
13 years
So,
into.
in my opinion, that is the biggest issue with Bitcoin is that you can't fix anything with it.
Yeah.
Right.
You can't build on it. You can't fix
do
anything.
But what does that tell you in a technology way? Like, think about it. Like, the way I see it, it's like it was meant to be a skeleton. To be like, okay, well, I know you're gonna fuck it up.
No,
I'm not gonna.
no,
I know you're
no,
gonna. No.
no.
Think about it.
Hang on.
I really
Yeah,
do
yeah.
think that, Frosty. I
Bitcoin
really do
was an
think
A lot of it.
amalgamation. Okay.
Okay, so
assumption. I don't
Bitcoin
know.
is a database. It's a database. It doesn't have the ability of an EVM to fucking run a program inside of it.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But it's still a valuable database. So if you were to store the most valuable things, like your deed for your home, would you rather store it in an EVM or Bitcoin?
EVM.
I'm not
No.
arguing that. I'm just saying
EVM.
the reason.
Bitcoin.
Listen,
Why EVM?
every invention does
Because it's a
never,
program.
if it's a good invention, has never been used to its full potential. The wheel, it was used for a carriage, but at the end of the day, it's used for pulleys. It's used for so much more than just what the fucking wheel is. You understand? So what I think Bitcoin was created for, maybe it was like Johnny said, rolled out too fast. Maybe why? Well, maybe he had a gun to his head and said, "You'll figure out a way for us to do this. We're not doing that." But then now it's being used wrong because it's not meant to be that. And that's why
it's just a database. It's a database.
Yeah,
the question is, what do you want to store in that database?
It could be ironic.
You want the most secure things stored in that database, like land deeds, property rights, all those things. That's a perfect use case for that. Most people don't even know it. Go back and look at all the messages stored in Bitcoin right now. There's all kinds of information stored in a Bitcoin.
It's an amalgamation, though, Frosty. That's the thing. It's an amalgamation. So when Richard says spaghetti code, it's the fact that it's all these pieces and parts.
Yeah.
They kept building on this code in order to try to make it do something. They weren't quite sure what it was going to do yet, but they just kept adding parts and components and stuff. And all that loose code is what causes these problems with the upgrades. Is because, it's like having a sculpture, right? You start with one sculpture and then you build on top of it and it slowly begins to change. But underneath there is the original sculpture and the original flaws, right? That you keep building on it because you want it to change, you want it to grow, you want it to develop. But all that underlying structure is still under there. And every time they try to do an upgrade, that's where, you run into that problem with what, Richard refers to as spaghetti code is now you've got loose ends that could get snagged and it causes other issues in the future. So
but let me ask you this question. How much of that spaghetti code is a byproduct of an improper rollout?
A lot of it.
Most
100% of it.
Yeah.
100% of it.
But
so with Bitcoin, when were they talking about this, Frosty? Like if you look at the white paper for Bitcoin, I just think, it wasn't just Satoshi Nakamoto on his own.
No, it
so
wasn't.
Like when you're talking about a roll like this, like would they have not have talked about rolling this
NSA?
out better?
The NSA had studies about blockchain technology way before Bitcoin. Like I think it was mid 90s. Like it
goes back further than that, so early 60s.
Yeah, but they already brought out all the terms that we use, all like the hashing and the different technologies. All that stuff was already worked up by the NSA by the 90s. They were just missing some parts, and some guys go AWOL from NSA, and it doesn't take long for Bitcoin to start popping its head up.
Don't think that I don't disagree with you guys, because I do agree with you guys. All I'm trying to do is offer a different perspective of how things would be different if it was rolled out in the manner of the way in which it was meant to be rolled out.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
It would be a hex if Bitcoin did its thing. It really did.
Nobody here. Nobody
I
here.
said that at the start of this whole conversation. I think that's a fact.
Nobody here wants to argue over something that we agree on.
Yeah.
So think about that going forward, how the improper rollout had such an effect on it, and how we can change that for our own ecosystem.
Right, but think about this.
That's why we got HEX.
But think about this. Look at what's happening with PulseChain.
Whoa. HEX is so fucking secure, right? Then why, how come, if HEX is the fucking greatest thing, don't get me wrong, I love fucking HEX. But let's just point out, it's entirely dependent on Ethereum, which has fucking 5,700 nodes on an Amazon server. It doesn't get any more centralized than that at all.
Remember though, HEX does have like that double lock. And needs a blockchain on top of that too.
I don't give a shit. If fucking Amazon picks up one day and says, "Hey, shut down Ethereum," where it's 46% of the nodes, it's a fucking Luna.
But you still got. HEX itself is still secured.
No, it's not.
It just needs
No,
Remember,
it's
it's just like I already said, it's a typewriter. That's all Ethereum is. It's just a typewriter.
As long as it lives in the 5,700 nodes of Ethereum, and 46% of those are on a fucking Amazon server, which is controlled by one country and literally governed by one country's rules, you are as centralized as everything else in the fucking world, like it or not.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the
that's
AWS,
true,
yeah.
That's
So here's my
more,
counter.
That's furthermore support for Pulse, and we are getting the free copy.
Here's my
over
counter
on
to that point.
That too.
Here's my counter to that point, though. Before we move on, because I think it has to be made. It's important to remember how Hex works. Hex is really a clock, so it doesn't actually matter that it's connected or not to the actual system. Because if it does ever get unplugged, clock keeps ticking. It's just gonna get turned back on. It's gonna realign itself, and it's gonna do all that math, and all is well. But
because ETH is a typewriter. That's all it is.
Right.
It just types the transaction.
But I do wholly agree, because that was my biggest trepidation when I found Hex at the start of all this for me personally, was the fact that it was on ETH. Like, I remember being in the Discord because I didn't know any better. I wasn't on Twitter. So I was in the Discord, like, really not liking that and letting people know I was not a fan of that, because we all know ETH, you know, it's compromised like everything else. So, you know, we got to take it as it comes. But now, right, that's being rectified with PulseChain. So, Johnny, you can take it over from here. That's what
I mean, that's the real kicker, is that you know, we obviously need another solution than Ethereum. And at the creation of Hex, that has always been Hex's point of failure, is if the Ethereum network goes down. But being the number 2 coin, if that goes down, the whole damn space goes down. Hex is the last of anybody's worries, because the whole space, everybody's going to be jumping out of the burning building, right? So it was the only solution at the time when Hex was created. And we get a lot of shit for that, because it's like, well, you're just a ERC20 built on Ethereum. Yes, but we are using Ethereum to its fullest capabilities, where these other coins are just send and receive coins, as where Hex is a smart.
They're not even using Ethereum, right? I would say they're not even using Ethereum, Johnny.
Let me ask this question.
They're not even using it. Go ahead.
Well, let me ask this question. What if we just slam the Hex contract into multiple EVM chains?
You could probably. I mean, that's what it's designed. I mean, you could put it probably on Cello. You could probably put it on Phantom. You could probably put
I don't see why you couldn't. I mean, Richard said plenty of times you could just put that bad boy anywhere.
Exactly. Anyone that has EVM,
But
so to diversify, just as a thought process here for a second, why don't we fucking slam that bitch in multiple just different EVM chains? What's it gonna take?
I think they're ghost chains. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a ghost chain. Let's take a ghost chain.
Let's
take a ghost chain on other EVM chain, like fucking Ethereum Classic. What's the difference between Ethereum Classic and Ethereum, other than fucking zero? Who cares?
Shit, we probably boosted the damn price up for Ethereum Classic. Tell you the truth.
Oh, wait a minute! And now you're thinking outside the box. You're pumping an Ethereum Classic token. It's an EVM chain. You diversify, right, against multiple different chains. And what's it going to take?
And you
nothing.
Pump other guys' bags.
I mean, it ain't going to hurt.
What do you got to lose? What do you got to lose?
That's a great
You're
argument.
Pumping other guys.
What do you got?
I tried. Truth is, Frosty, I tried to, scoop that very idea to the Hex trade, the Hex development, like last year, and guess what? I got blocked. So
I've been kicked out of multiple fucking rooms. Okay, but all I'm saying is just hear me out. Just fucking spitball this for a second. It's not the only EVM chain. Okay, we're not reinventing the wheel. We're just taking something that's already in an existing EVM and we're slamming it to multiple fucking other EVMs, right? To reduce the surface area of risk.
Yeah, but you'd have to copy.
Yeah, but you're adding more risk. You're adding more risk because they're already
personalities.
They're fucked.
Now, Richard did say that could be more risk if it's spread out that far. Yeah, definitely. He did say that.
Because you need more, so you need to take care of more security at the same time. Too.
There is
you can't
no more
take care of their security because they're.
It's locked in an EVM.
Name me one good chain that's not set for setbacks.
Right now, honestly, I'd throw it. If you ask my honest goddamn opinion, and most people think I'm fucking out to left field, I would slam it into an Ethereum Classic EVM. You know why? It's the same fucking chain. It's the original fucking chain, right? It's still backed by proof of work, and the transaction fees are fucking nothing. What do you got to lose? You're gonna double your token supply and diversify your risk amongst another fucking proof of work system.
But you'd have to relaunch the contract.
What's the relaunch? It's literally slamming the same contract in an Ultra EVM.
They did an upgrade not too long ago. Also,
you would have to mint the tokens on the new chain if you're not bringing the entire system state over.
The problem is HEX does not bring users to the chains. Those other EVM chains tend to be ghost chains. If you don't have the users, you know.
Wouldn't you bring the users?
Well, that's the question.
Yeah,
well,
but why bring them?
That's why you make your own chain. But that's why you make your own chain.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is to reduce surface area risk. The more broader it is amongst EVMs, the less attack surface area amongst the whole, based on the law of large numbers. If any of that makes sense.
But if you bring them all towards if you bring everyone to your yard, you could shoot them down. Like if you bring everyone to your castle, then they gotta get through your walls. You know what I mean? So
I'm just thinking outside the box, people.
You could if they're EVM chains, you could wrap hex stakes and trade them over on the other chains. And
there has been talk of actually wrapping the hex stakes and make those tradable on the other EVM chains.
But what's the difference? Explain to me the difference between an ETH and Ethereum Classic.
It's the bridges that are suck, man.
It's the same.
The
bridges exist.
I don't know if there's much difference.
In my opinion,
there probably isn't much
It's
difference.
the same fucking chain.
Yeah, but you cannot copy, just like take only hex and move it to a new chain. You can't just slap it on there because.
Sure, you can.
Because no, you
it's
can't. That's the reason why. That's the reason why Richard is
program language.
That's the reason why Richard is copying the entire system, because he can't start hex or move just hex.
Look, I've been in the system for a very long time. What I can assure you is there's absolutely no difference between Ethereum and Ethereum Classic.
You can't
because Frosty, sometimes the good idea is sometimes the bad idea right now. Because
not in the code.
This is my opinion.
You need to have that young lady sit on your pole for a while and mull this over, man. It's maybe not such a great idea in the morning.
You already have a problem with ETH where it's all fucking. It's not even. It's centralized in the decentralized way, and you notice that all the projects that do good on ETH are all ran by the same people.
Yep.
So it's all the same fucking rug pools.
But it's not the same rug pools.
Slap differently.
Oh, but there is, man. Everything that says finance is probably ran by the same team.
Okay, but we have.
I wouldn't do hex on Binance chain.
But we have the. Here's the thing: we have the opportunity to launch the node network with multiple EVM chains, where we take that and slam it into multiple, right, and diversify and limit your attack surface area.
I don't think you can.
Okay, explain to me why.
Well, how are you going to
spread... Other than opinion, tell me technically why. It's the same
Yeah, I know, but you would have to relaunch the adoption amplifier on the new chain.
You would have to. You don't relaunch the adoption amplifier.
Who do you give the tokens to?
You copy it.
Yeah, but you can't copy just hex because it touches.
Why?
There's sends to different wallets. They do all kinds of different stuff. They interact.
But all that infrastructure already exists. All that infrastructure.
What about exchanges for the tokens?
They don't
where's the
exchange
Ethereum
now? Classic.
I'm saying for Ethereum Classic. I mean, do they have like a 1-inch Uniswap? I don't think so. No.
Why not? Why can't we just do the same thing? It's the same code.
Because we're already building Pulse, though. I mean,
I know, but I'm saying diversify, limit your risk based on
but
law
I don't know,
large numbers.
Like if we're making like a perfectly good sandwich modeled after a perfectly good sandwich on the table there, what you are suggesting to me sounds like, hey, those dog shits kind of look like sandwiches as well. Let's try a couple of these and slap them in between a few and see, like, just to get some extra protein.
It look like sausages.
We probably could.
What I'm saying is,
but
What
it's
I'm
still
saying
a
is
pretty shitty sandwich.
take advantage. Okay. As much as you guys laugh and make fun of Frosty, he's a fucking moron, blah blah blah.
No, he ain't no moron,
Okay.
dude.
No,
We
I
just
was just.
Wait
I
a
was
minute.
just-
No, not at all.
No,
he
hang
ain't no
on.
moron.
I'm a simple
Frickin-
guy. I'm bringing
hang
it to like.
What I'm saying is, if
Simple
Ethereum
example.
Classic is so fucking horrible, okay, and it's the original chain, it has gone through 251% attacks. Geth was originally developed on Ethereum Classic, not Ethereum. Let's keep this in mind, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Who's more advanced in Geth, Ethereum Classic or Ethereum when it was developed by Ethereum Classic developers? Okay, it survived 251% attacks. There's no transactions on that. You want your fees minimal? Guess what? Take it out of one EVM, slam it to the other. What's the problem?
But there's no action there. Like there's
Why isn't there?
There's no customers.
Wait a
there.
minute. There was no action. There was no action originally on fucking Uniswap. Who created the action?
We did.
Yeah,
I think hesitance anywhere. Now that was my argument.
I'm sure
that was my
there's a-
argument on the dev channel. Was that I mean we could take our product anywhere and it will fucking take over it.
It can be ported onto other networks.
What do you got to lose from a HEX community to port whatever it is today? Let's just say we'll just take a carbon copy today, and we slam it into an Ethereum EVM. What does the HEX community have to lose other than fucking copying its tokens for free?
An opportunity.
I think
nothing.
Actually, there's a little bit of pride to do with that. Richard does not want his coin on a network that is probably ghosty. Because you don't.
Ghosty is cheap.
Yeah, you don't want cheap. He doesn't want cheap hex on any chain. He doesn't want anything that has no users. It's one of those things, right? So if you're a distributor for a product, you don't want your product setting in some crap store. I mean, there's actually certain companies and products that allow.
Well, I can tell you right now, there's no worse crap store than Ethereum.
Actually, the problem is there's nothing better than Ethereum right now. That's the problem.
What I'll tell you is there's more fucking decentralized
You got
nodes.
a point there, Johnny.
There's more decentralized nodes than there in Ethereum Classic than there is in Ethereum, which is more secure.
But there are no users. That's the problem. And you're saying we're going to bring the users, and we can't even keep hex above 4 cents right now. This is the problem we have. We already have people that have way too many fucking coins that think that they need to dump 20, 40 million on the market all at once because they don't know how to set a goddamn limit order.
But they wouldn't dump because of this.
If you fork the coins and you hand out a bunch of more free coins,
okay,
all you're going to see is a bunch of dumping for the next whatever. We've already
but that's the point I'm trying to make. If you do it at a bottom of a market when the dumpers are out and the only people that are left are the people that are willing to hold in the bottom of a market, there's no better time to do that because the dumpers are gone. All you have left is loyal people.
I get that, but we still have dumpers in the midst. I mean, you can watch the chain analysis. We still got people.
There's a shit ton of stakes expiring too next week.
Yeah, and the big stakes
like 4 billion
don't expire
hex.
until like September 6th, and then we've got after September 6th, we've got a nice gap where we're going to start making a bump in T-shares, depending on if the.
I'm not trying to be controversial. I'm just trying to offer an outside thinking of the box. You know what I mean?
No, I understand that, Frosty. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not yelling at you. It's just every action you take has some sort of consequence.
It's called cause and effect.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. Cause and effect.
What happened with Big Payday? Well, we had price go down hard because people were distributed a bunch of free coins, never seen that amount of money in their life, and we got trashed. What happened? It's always these events that happen start out so detrimental to begin with, and it takes so much time to rebuild after that. So it's not a quick solution just
that's my
us
point.
out on multiple chains. And what I'm saying, from a product market scenario, you don't want your product in a ship store. You don't want people to buy it where somebody's undervaluing your product and selling it for dirt cheap. So like distributorships will actually ask you, we need a photo of your store. We need your website. We need this before you are even allowed to carry our product. And you go through this certain amount of scrutiny because they want to make sure that if they're selling their product in your store and you have a distributorship, that you maintain a certain presence that dignifies their product. And I understand crypto is different, but these principles still apply.
Right. And the principle, what I'm trying to say is, if you hear me out for a second, I know you all think I'm fucking mad, the fucking mad scientist, crazy motherfucker.
No one thinks that.
But what I'm
No
saying
one
is,
thinks that.
just think about this for a second. If you deployed amongst multiple different EVMs, right? All I'm saying is the law of large numbers stabilizes the price, not negatively impacts the price.
But you could end up with a share split
but
sort of scenario where it does devalue the main chain because people are buying the Walmart version. This is
that good or bad?
That could be bad.
That's a fucking C client, a B client, and an A client. Now you have all clients instead of no clients, which stabilizes the price, not negatively impacts the price.
The C clients don't generally have any money.
Well, they do. They do. So wait a minute. They do. So if the C clients had no money, why would that be the number one target market of large entities? So why would the banks and everything else target low-income families and freaking give them mortgages when they know it's a high risk? Because the high-risk
ones
person
who try
more
to make
likely
all
to
their
pay.
payments up, like they
because they know that the collateral is more than what they've guaranteed.
Low income families skip meals to pay their bills.
Exactly.
And if
people
you're wealthy,
underestimate.
You don't give a fuck. You can just
People have their shit backwards in their mind. Let's go after the rich motherfuckers. Let's go after the whales. Tell me this. Tell me if fucking Amazon main target market is Apple. No. Are they competing against each other? Do they go, hey, Amazon, I want to sell my shit to Apple, or I want to sell my shit to Microsoft? No, they go after the fucking average small guy.
But Frosty, that's where we're at now. We're at 3 cents, man. That's for the average person. We are not to a point where, when we reach a point where the average person can't afford a handful, then we can start worrying about the price not going up anymore, But right now, since smaller people can buy larger quantities, they don't know how to handle those larger quantities, and that's why they keep dumping down. And more coins, I just don't think is the solution. Targeting the lower fund people, giving them more than they've ever had in their entire life, and expecting them to behave responsibly when they haven't learned anything about how the system works yet, I think is kind of a.
But if you look in the terms of target markets, in terms of different demographics and different price ranges, each persona can afford based on demographics and geographic location they have, offers a wide range of onboardability.
I have to go and watch Nomics to see if ETH Classic is pumping because of your rant.
Trust me,
there isn't fucking much going on.
Just go on Robinhood. They got it.
I can literally call Barry on the phone right now. That's how close I am to the Ethereum Classic. And I don't say that. I only say that is because I understand the way their shit was built. Anyway, I'll yield back. I'm just offering a different perspective of train of thought. That's all I'm trying to offer.
Well, also, we're not exactly.
That's all good. Definitely.
Particular decisions either.
We're
just speculators and participants.
Exactly.
I know one brilliant thing about HEX is that none of this is modeled after what me or Johnny thinks. We're free to give our opinions, but that's just about it.
And the way I look at it, anytime you can pick up a C, a B, and an A client in a single ecosystem is literally the very definition of adoption.
Yeah, but I think
that's what HEX do.
Yeah, we can do it in like our own blockchain, which is gonna be better.
Yeah, that has always been the thing.
Like the walled garden. We don't then we don't have like bag holders of another token wanting to just ride the value up in their native chain and then just get exit liquidity out of hexagons.
That has always been the issue with HEX, is that we were built on the Ethereum network because the Ethereum network was the best network that we had available to us at that time without building a whole new ghost chain. And the reason why Richard chose it is because it was the battle-tested network at the time. It did have the users, and it was the popular thing to use. It had all the extra utility that was built on it already.
But you hit the nail on the head.
so
At a
cheap.
function of time. At the function of time, it was. That what I'm saying is the time has shifted, and you're in a different period of time with a different mindset and a different matrix at a different point in time.
Yeah,
Anyway,
but I don't know.
I yield back. I yield back.
At this point in
Yeah.
time, we're picking up the whole damn chain and trying to redo it. In a way where it still maintains all of that utility. If you were to copy Ethereum Classic and do the same thing right now, you would have to build all that extra infrastructure, and you wouldn't
don't
have
have to
that
build nothing.
You don't have to
Build
build
nothing.
their chain.
Build nothing. You have to build nothing.
You still have to build your Uniswap. You still have to build your bridges. All this building that's going on.
That's
right now
that already all exists.
But if it all, but
It's
we're
not that
and
simple
also-
to copy
and
over.
also, they're using
Yes, it
Geth,
is, actually.
and we're switching Geth.
I hear it. It's only a matter of couple of months.
Yeah. And
No,
we're
it's not.
switching-
Actually,
we're
it's
switching-
literally the
reason
same
we're
code.
delayed right now
Same
is because
code.
We're switching from Geth to Go to update the software, so it's not just Ethereum; it's better than Ethereum. So they're trying to increase the speeds. They're trying to increase, because Go from what I know, Go.
Where
doesn't
do you
allow
think Go was
to work
developed?
if there's an error?
Where was Go developed? Was it on Ethereum or Ethereum Classic?
It had to be on Ethereum, right?
No.
Can't answer that question.
No. That's the problem. That's what I keep trying to explain to people.
Because Go is like a layer 1 and 2 solution for Ethereum, is it?
Well, you tell me where the main devs lie. Is it Ethereum Classic or Ethereum?
Oh, I gotta look
I
back
don't
at
know,
that
man.
history, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm going
Hey, listen,
Geth
guys, it's
supporting Ethereum
getting
Classic.
really late over here. I'm gonna.
All
I'm
I'm
gonna have to
offering
hop
is
on.
an outside the box thinking. That's all I'm
All right, man. Nice talking to you.
See you, Finbear.
Yeah. Good,
Thanks
good,
for coming on,
good
bud.
of you
Later,
guys
friend
to.
guy.
Later, man. See you with the rest of the Asians.
Yeah.
Eh?
Catch you later, man.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks for coming on.
All right, Finbear.
He's still
Hey,
there.
Frosty, what you drinking over there, man? You in Ecuador?
Bambino Blanco fucking Pinot Grigio.
That sounds good, man. Shit.
He's always got a nice,
Man.
cold, refreshing drink over there. It always looks good.
Man, you better. I mean, look at all that weather and stuff over there, man. Sure, I'll do the same thing.
Life is short, my friend. Fucking enjoy it while you have it.
That's it.
Right about that.
I know I'm
Just
crazy.
don't think of it, sure.
Everybody's told me I'm crazy my whole fucking life. Don't think this community will be the first one.
Frosty, I'm a mad scientist. I make monsters and body parts.
Yeah, he's a Dr. Frankenstein, Johnny. is,
I am
definitely.
literally a professional mad scientist for real.
Yeah, I think you got
Yeah,
everybody.
he
beat.
makes blood and everything, man.
Yeah,
Yes, he
Johnny, you
do.
sold a shit ton of stuff the other day too, man. At your show there.
Yeah, I
saw that photo you posted.
Yeah, that's just today actually. I was being fun with it because the thing is, it's ironic to me that the crypto market doesn't understand that they're basically selling collectibles, right? And they are going to be the ones that don't understand value, and they're going to say nobody's going to buy it. Well, shit, you buy a coin. Try to explain that to the normal person what value that actually has, And I just wanted to explain to people that look, your idea of what you think gives value doesn't make it more or less valuable. It's because your perception, you're projecting that on others. It's funny when I hear them, no one will ever buy it. Dude, look up Mooseberry Mansion. People can sell moose shit, for God's sake.
That's because people don't
expensive
understand
than
the
a HEX right
definition
now.
of value.
So, it's like value means a person's willing to buy it. You're willing to exchange it for something that you need, and
or want.
Do what?
That's a
or
byproduct of
want,
people.
right? It's not necessarily what you need, what you want too.
Right. What you want or what you need. Yeah. The value comes from the ability to exchange, or the ability that somebody is willing to give you something of value and put that into that thing creates that value. Once somebody makes that purchase, that exchange of value is what gives it value. Value is a concept that we create as humans. You know, no other animal does this thing, and very few humans actually understand what creates value.
Value is a byproduct of people. What we settle on is called a medium of exchange. There's a very big difference. Whether we settle in seashells, feather, dollar, euro, yen, Bitcoin, fucking hex,
Fossilized shit.
that's a medium of exchange. That's a medium of exchange, right? The value proposition is between me and you. You have a cerveza, I have a cerveza. And whether that's $5 or $1 million, that initial negotiation starts between you and I, and the final byproduct of that negotiation is a medium of exchange. Okay, but people get through in their head that money has value. Money has zero value, and the value is between you and I. This is just a medium of exchange. There's a big fucking difference between value and medium of exchange, and I don't care whether it's Bitcoin, HEX, PulseX, fucking C-cells, sellers, feathers, gold, silver, copper. It's been many things throughout history. The common denominator is people. Okay? And as long as, whether it's a fucking goat for a cow or 5 goats for a cow, that's a medium of exchange, which is a byproduct of people. But people, I put $100 bill on a piece of on a table and a blank piece of paper. What's more valuable, the $100 bill or the blank piece of paper?
They're technically
whoever decides what's valuable.
Depends who's looking at it.
But
the $100
like
bill will only ever
bill on a
be
table and a sandwich, and if the person is hungry, that $100
hungry,
nothing.
What's more? Here's the problem. Here's the problem of disconnected mentality. If I put a $100 bill and a blank piece of paper, what's more valuable?
Technically, but
it'd be the money, wouldn't it?
The exchange.
The money.
Okay, so if I write your mortgage
Where you gonna
contract,
spend that money?
if I write the mortgage contract on the blank piece of paper, what's more valuable, the $100 bill or your mortgage contract? If I write your car loan on a blank piece of paper or the $100 bill, what's more valuable, the car loan or the $100 bill? The $100 bill will only ever be worth $100.
Right.
The contract can be whatever you want: mortgage, loan, deed, property deed, whatever, right? But people can't get their head wrapped around the difference between the two. And they're very exponentially different than the other. The $100 bill will only ever be worth a $100 bill and devaluing over a function of time via loss of dollar for dollar buying power. The mortgage contract, I could write your mortgage contract at 1.1 million at 1.75 basis points, which is right now, plus the fucking interest is like 2.75% interest over 25 years. What's worth more money, that blank piece of paper or the $100 bill?
The paper.
The paper. So as long as the paper contract is the most valuable thing, the medium of exchange is worth nothing because it's a byproduct of two people. I yield back.
That is a nice way to put it. And you know, I also like to do this about value and perception of value, right? You might be able to buy a pop for $1 at the local gas station or whatever, but if you go to a game, all of a sudden that pop is now $10. It's the same pop, but
it's because value is subjective. Value is subjective between people. Yeah. You may find valuable in gold, silver, your artwork, whatever. Another person may find value in a Ferrari, Lamborghini, whatever. Value is subjective. Value is subjective based on the person that you are communicating with. Okay?
And the environment too. The environment that it's in too.
Environment, ecosystem, demographics, the whole thing. And especially demographics, because we're in a huge demographic shift. So the value proposition is extremely different between baby boomers and fucking millennials. So if you understand value is a byproduct of people and it's subjective, and money is a medium of exchange, then things start to click a little bit better.
Yeah. So what do you
That makes
think
sense.
about the crypto space not understanding those concepts? Would you not think that the crypto space would much better understand those concepts?
It's
Except
not
for,
the
like
crypto
Will
space,
said,
it's
they just
people in
came around
general.
in 2017.
And
Yeah,
what, yeah,
it's
exactly.
people in general.
And
It's
what you
definitely
have,
people in general.
Yeah, it
it's
is people in
people,
general.
the people in general is because you have to realize the majority of people in the ecosystem are not speculators. They don't invest in stock. They don't invest in speculative instruments. Okay. So why we're running into a roadblock is because the speculative people that understand speculative investments, you have to realize 98% of the people are non-financially literate. And what we're trying to do is push financial advice on non-illiterate people. And we wonder why the barrier of entry becomes exponentially harder over a function of time because people are not financially literate. They're not speculators by nature, right? The majority of people in the ecosystem do not speculate on assets. Okay, that's a very small percentage of the population and the ecosystem, regardless of the demographic. So if you need to bridge that demographic, you need a different angle. Okay?
I just think it's funny that people that are selling imaginary internet money and picking their team, their coin, have trouble understanding that another crypto, somebody might want that instead. I just think that really it's
the average person is up to their debt and credit card debt and mortgage debt and car loan debt.
Oh,
they don't understand
but
finance.
The crypto space people will argue my coin's better than yours when it's
that's just bullshit. That's the byproduct of human. That's human nature, right? Because people will advocate for what they've bought into. So it's a byproduct of human nature, right? So they're trying to freaking create they're creating echo chambers for around themselves. They're trying to grow their echo chamber. So that's a byproduct of human nature, and we've seen that play out in many forms. And what I'll give you a classic example of that. Say my generation and older would say there's value in social signaling, right, between a Rolex and a Ferrari. But what's the difference between social signaling and a Rolex opposed to $1 million JPEG? Nothing. The form of social signaling at a human characteristic, human behavior trait is the same. It's a social signaling trait. So whether we have to realize the next generation's entire identity is online. Their whole identity, how they communicate, how they function, how they interact with their peers is online. Us, on the other hand, on the other side of the spectrum, we are more of a human interactive type person. So the social signaling value proposition of a Rolex, a Ferrari, a Lamborghini is one side. The social signaling output of the other side, where a completely different generation sees value, the value proposition and the social signaling as a completely 180 degrees. Mind you, the basic fundamental principle between human social signaling is the exact same between a Rolex and a $1.2 million JPEG. The human characteristic signaling is the same. It's social signaling. There is no different from a human characteristic point of view.
Which I say there will always be a space for people that want to overpay for things, brag about it. That's
of course that's social signaling.
Is because it is social. It has become the social coin, right? It's something to brag about being able to have the capacity to overpay for. And when there are better networks, there are better products, there are better things out there. But this is the you want to be part of the club, you want a social signal, you want to say I'm able to do this.
The fundamental principle is the same, the delivery method is different.
Yeah. So where I'm at is what I was looking for was a useful tool. I don't care how much my hammer costs. I care whether or not it gets the job done. And that's why
in order to do that, you have to figure out who your target demographic is regarding the hammer, because different demographics will see that hammer differently.
Yeah, they want to sell it instead of using it.
But the thing with that is we are at a point where the average person can get it. They can get a lot of it, and they can be next to the inflation as where, you know, these other things have already, you know, the people have made their gains. It is a social signal. It will always have value because there will always be people that pump the price and they want to feel good about having that thing that has a higher price tag on it. But as a tool, HEX is not matched. It's just not matched because it allows people to generate and be next to that inflation without jumping the hoops that require to receive the new coins on other networks. And
I agree with you 1,000%. What I think people are missing, in my personal opinion, where people are missing is the demographic and the function of time. People aren't factoring that fundamental basic principle into their math equation, because the fundamental principle of what a baby boomer sees as value and what a millennial sees as value, which is literally the next largest population in the history of mankind, are 180 degrees different. So if you can't get your head in the mindset of the next largest generation of the history of mankind, you have a disconnect. And
look at the disconnect
with,
look at what Bill Gates, like Bill Gates just said a couple weeks ago or last week about how he thinks crypto is a scam. Well, who was calling him a scammer back when he was developing Windows and the internet was coming to adoption?
Yeah.
But
that's just the
I
next
think that's
step.
part of virtual signaling too, with that what you just said. But I mean, the majority of people that they don't have no concept of time at all. They're not. People are not patient.
No,
They are not patient at all.
No
they want
concept of
likes.
time.
Yeah.
No, especially nowadays, they want everything right away.
Right. So just look at they look at the crypto market. They look at the crypto market like sports bets.
Or a
I
lottery
mean, literally. Yeah.
We had this conversation
the
last week
lottery
on the
ticket.
stream.
Dude, there's
You can
there's
literally
actual lottery tickets now that you scratch, like as an NFT, that you can win.
They'd
in
rather
crypto.
do that than actually invest even in Bitcoin.
Johnny, there is.
Literally.
There is, man.
So-
There is. They're doing it on the BSC network. It's retarded.
But we proved this concept last week on this stream, a week ago, where you can literally play a limit order or a time stop. And everyone's like, what the fuck is a time stop?
That was me. The time
Right?
stops. Yeah.
What's a time stop? Over a function of time. And we all know, regardless of the investment, whether it be stocks, crypto, it's all a function of time. If you would have bought stock in early 1978 and held it to today, you'd be in a hell of a fucking beautiful position. Same with crypto. If you would have
If you held the right stock, if it was the right stock.
You name me a stock that didn't make money from 1978 to today.
Exactly.
So
Wish I had IBM.
Here's the support on Frosty's statement here is the fact that in 2010, you could buy Bitcoin at the beginning of the year for 0.003.
Wow.
0.003 at the beginning of 2010. Does that sound like HEX at 0.0033?
I agree.
And at the end of year one, Bitcoin ended at 30 cents. Does that kind of sound like what we just did, guys?
Exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
2011, Bitcoin could be purchased at the start of the year for 30 cents. At the end of year two, it was $4.72. Nobody gave a shit about Bitcoin until 2017, when it went all the way up to $968 at the beginning of the year. Then this media took over and started talking about it. It was big news. Everybody was floored by it, and it went up in 2017. It ended the year after coming down from the 19,000 top or whatever down to $13,860. These are prices that were absolutely unimaginable to anybody that was purchasing Bitcoin in 2010 at 0.003 cents.
Look, not even anybody disputes Bitcoin hitting of 100K. Not even RichardHeart. The question that's disputable is a function of time. How long will it take? Nobody's arguing Bitcoin will hit 100K. The question is when.
Yeah.
When? How long are you willing to wait? Right? So does anybody dispute that? Not even RichardHeart. He literally came out on his last stream. Well, how freaking Bitcoin hit 100K?
Sure, it's less than a 2x, Frosty,
but
from his last
but
high.
when? But yeah, is that even from a fucking basic fundamental investment from a stock is still a better investment than the average person. Mind you, are there better investment vehicles? Abso-fucking-lutely. I agree with you 1000%, right? But it's a different in mindset over a function of time. And nobody factors in the time value. You know what I mean? Let's say you bought in now, or you bought in at 56 cents plus or minus the exchange, the DEX you were looking at for crypto, for HEX. Okay, reality says you're waiting 18 to 24 months to see the return on that.
Yeah, minimum of 2 years, really.
Exactly.
Minimum of 2 years. You got to look at these things for a minimum of 2
Yeah,
years.
that is the stat with Bitcoin was the 3. Yeah. They said that the stat last year was if you'd held Bitcoin at any point, bought at any point, and held for at least 3 years, you're going to be in profit.
Function of time. Nobody fucking factors that.
But where the lie comes in is the mainstream media people are like, you know, the mainstream crypto media are like, if you own 0.01 Bitcoin, you're going to be rich someday. That's bullshit, because Richard's right about that. We are at a top of adoption curve. I mean, I don't mean it's not going to go up, but it's not going to go up exponentially enough where somebody owning 0.01 is going to be rich. You know,
sure.
If Bitcoin goes up to $1 million, what do they got? 10 grand? It doesn't matter, you know?
No.
Well, but Johnny, the truth is, I don't see that happening anyway right now. So, because of the trends of the times that we're living in right now, the average Joe right now is not going to buy Bitcoin. They got to fill up their damn gas tank, for God's sake.
Absolutely.
So now, you know, it's probably, it's going to go 100K, but probably like what, 2, 3, 4 years from now, who knows?
And then you
So
get
same
a 2X,
thing.
3X.
Yeah.
You know, it's
They get 2X.
life-changing wealth, and you're not next to the inflation. You're not getting any more Bitcoin for holding your Bitcoin. You're not being rewarded for your time holding. The only thing you have is the price appreciation. And, you know, it's not right. You know, these people say, okay, well, you Hexicans, you're scammers. Dude, we're trying to tell people how to make their own coins and hold their own keys. You want them to buy your bags and hold on to a little bitty bit with the promise of this fortune that they're never going to get to see because they don't hold enough of it to make a difference. That, I think,
Well, I mean, the concept of that, Johnny, alone, you know, just being self-sufficient is like, oh my God, I'm handling my own stuff. I mean, my God, you know, that's gotta be a scam, you know. I mean, people actually get scared of that.
Where's the fundamental?
Drives me nuts. That drives me nuts.
Fundamental differential in that? It's a function of time. Because if you would have went back to 2014, we'd be having a different conversation. But the difference is we've moved forward in a function of time where the exponential S curve of that is shortening and increasing and lengthening in cycles, right? So you have a diminishing returns and diminishing returns and lengthening cycles over a function of time. So you guys hit the nail on the head, especially you, Johnny, like an hour ago, where you said it only matters when you bought and when you sold, right? So what's the common denominator in that conversation? A function of time. So if you would have bought in 2013 or 2012, we would be having a different conversation in the function of time. But the thing is, we've moved exponentially forward in that function of time and created a different S curve, a point for when you buy today compared to where you sell tomorrow. So we're talking, I just want to make that clear when we have that conversation regarding the exponential curve, Metcalfe's law, fundamental principle in the conversation we're having, and not disillude the value of function of time in that conversation. Because let's say, for instance, now we have this conversation, fast forward 5 years and the price of HEX, we will be talking the same exponential S curve, flattening of the curve, diminishing return, lengthening cycles conversation.
But when HEX hits that, it has to be at a point where it's unaffordable for the average person. Now,
what is that price though? What is that price though?
That is a good question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because we're in pennies. We're not even in dollars. Can the average person afford $100?
Well, put it in the terms of T-shares. How much does the average person afford a T-share?
Now that is a different story, but that's a little bit more advanced, right? So, you know, the average person is looking, is it accessibility, availability, and affordability, right? So what happens is why did Doge pump? Doge pump because they put it in front of every pleb's face on every platform, everywhere available. That's why it pumped.
Whoa, okay, hang on. Let's back that up. Let's back that up. Before the day of stable coins, Doge was the intermediary exchange. So what happened was back in the day before we had stable coins, people would move their Bitcoin and Ethereum into Doge because it was less likely to transact. And it literally the cycles that you could point on that where people were using Doge, they'd sell their Bitcoin at low, pump Doge, and then turn around and wash, rinse, repeat. Until the day of stable coins came, then all of that changed. So I just want to make sure that what happened was back in the day before the invention of stable coins, Doge was the intermediary for fucking moving price product from
it was the Bitcoin Maxi's toy. Is what
exactly.
And it was designed as a joke, and they pumped it for fun, and they did the wash trading and stuff. Yes, but the fact is, it was invented as a joke, and the reason it got its rebirth and did levels of price, it went up to almost 74 cents. For God's sakes, you know?
I made a lot of money off Doge. I'm not
I bet you did. I bet you did. And that's just it, right? So something made as a joke can pump up to 74 cents. We have the most advanced crypto designed self-sovereign yield. And people think it's only worth 3 cents because their perception is off. You know, their perception is off.
I agree.
And the reason Doge pumped is because of availability, accessibility, and affordability. Everybody could afford a handful. They could buy it really easy. They bought
and
their
transact really cheap.
on Robinhood. They bought, they never really held crypto, but they got their paper versions that said their IOU for crypto on Robinhood. But the reason the price pumped is because it was accessible. We are not. HEX is not easily accessible. There is a number of steps. We have
it's a pain in the ass for people
to make it easy for people to just say, well, I don't want to buy Ethereum. I just want to buy HEX. Why can't I just buy HEX? You eliminate that path, and then you have the ability to pump.
Talk to RG3.
I'll give him a call later. But that's why I was asking you on that, because that is what is important, is that and we've been gate kept, so we've been hidden, we've been pushed down on ranking sites, and then we've had all of this resistance, yet we're still here. And
that just plays back to time, though, Johnny.
Perception of time. I've had all these arguments people present against HEX are the exact same arguments that I presented against Bitcoin when I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
Okay. And that frustrates me. It's like, look, I know I'm on the right path. I'm hearing the same arguments from the MAXIs that I presented against HEX before they or I presented against Bitcoin before they even owned Bitcoin.
But here's the $1 million question. How do you get that to people that don't understand finance or speculative information, a speculative instrumentation, I should say? So if you're trying to
put it into
you're trying to portray that
they're buying crypto, that's what you do.
Right.
So that's the problem. People got to know something. They got to know something. You can't teach them everything. you just can't teach people everything. That's the problem.
Let's be real.
That's the problem.
What's the percentage of the Earth's population, macro size? What's the percentage of the population that fucking invests in speculative instruments, whether it's real estate, stocks, bonds, treasuries, blah, blah,
90 to 95%. That's
95%. Less.
Yes, they'll just throw money into something and see if it grows.
If it's 10% of the population, you're lucky. If it's 10% of the entire population that speculates in investment or speculative instruments, it's 10% or less.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, I was thinking the other way around with that. Or what people actually thought about
so
investment.
if the majority of value comes from the majority of 99% of the population, and only 10% or less is involved in a speculative interest, we need to bridge that in an alternate mindset other than a speculative investment, right? So that means you got to create emotional connection, right? An emotional mindset connection from A to B, from a speculative interest to something else. right?
Yeah, something that
What's
make them
going
feel
to-
good inside.
Right. What's going to make you fucking get into the crypto sphere
Exactly.
as a whole, regardless, right? That's a secondary conversation. What's going to
And
get
you
them
know
into
what?
the mindset?
You know what? And I think that's the main problem with Hex.
It's the main
Because
problem
to
with
me,
crypto, period.
no. Truth is, to me, it's all about perception, of course. Perception of price. They all look at the token price of Hex, but no one knows about the T share price. No one.
Nobody
I mean,
can do.
absolutely no one.
Look, I had to explain T-shirt price to David fucking Fetter back in the day. And if you want to get him online right now, we'll have this fucking conversation to his goddamn
Right.
face. Okay, so
Exactly. So those that are dumping millions and millions in Hex, they do not know about the T share price. None.
But you gotta.
If
What you have
they
to
did,
understand is
they shouldn't have been dumping that shit in the first place.
what I'm saying is the majority of people don't even know how to manage their day-to-day finances. Whether it's
No, they
mortgage,
don't.
credit card,
drive a car,
fucking.
but they don't know how to build an engine. It's really what it comes
No.
down to.
Exactly.
Everybody
You're
can
right.
drive a car. Not everybody knows how to build an engine. What we have to
Or
do
even
is
change the oil.
you don't need, look,
Exactly.
you don't need this is one of the conversations. We take everything so deep. We feel like everybody's got to have all the knowledge that we do, and we got to catch
Exactly.
everybody up to speed, and then
But
their
they don't.
eyes glaze over, and then we lose them because
Mhm.
they don't need to know all the information. They need to know how to turn the key and run the automobile. They don't need to know what's under the engine. When you start telling them how to rebuild an engine, you are overfeeding them with information.
Exactly.
And that's what we spend a lot of time doing. And really what it comes down to, look, HEX is a savings account. All right. It's a self-sovereign savings account. All right. And what we need to do is like with the Staker app, and I mentioned this to Steph. I don't know what he's going to do, but I don't have any control over that. But what it should say is in big letters up top, it should not say USD value. It should say HEX. That's what it should say. Underneath it in small print, it should say current USD value. And then right next to that, it should say HEX earned today. And now you have just changed that perception to everybody looking at the goddamn price today that they're not going to sell for anyway, to the fact that every day they open their Staker app, they have more coins than they did yesterday, and then maybe they'll get their heads out of their ass and stop selling their damn coins because they realize they're making coins every single goddamn day.
Right. Well, that's
They have that
perception,
on the app.
Johnny.
You can see in the
That's
app.
all about perception. Because, like I say, they'll just look on the chart just on the Hex token price. That's it.
But you got to
That's
realize
absolutely it.
99% of the people don't even know how to open a fucking chart.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
99% of the people don't know how to open a chart. They don't even know what a chart is.
Even with my point, how do you look for the T-shirt price? I only got one way of looking for the T-shirt price.
You're asking the wrong question because 99% of the people don't know how to manage their own assets. They don't.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
Financially illiterate, and you're trying to push a financially literate system to a non-financially literate person, and you wonder
But it's so easy.
You wonder why A plus B ain't meeting.
Yeah, but like what Johnny said, right? It's like with Hex, it's so simple though. Once you get people to understand it, you're interacting with it twice: the day you set your stake and the day you end your stake.
Okay,
but you are
as much as people hate
information overload. You
okay,
give them
exactly.
Chart, and they're going to stare at the goddamn chart all day long and go, "Oh, red candle make me feel bad.
Okay.
Oh, green candle make me feel good."
And again, everybody thinks I'm
they don't need the goddamn chart. They don't
forget
need
about
the
the
chart.
chart.
They don't need
don't
the
even know what
rate.
a chart is.
They only need to know I got this much X. Tomorrow I have this much X. Stop trying to force feed them all this goddamn information because it overloads their freaking brains.
Totally.
That's
Totally.
it.
So what if okay, let me ask you this question. How many people in this room can create an emotional response with a song at some point in their life?
What do you mean?
How many people can listen to a song and bring back a memory in their life?
Oh, probably everyone.
Everyone. Wait a minute here. Wait a minute. Back the Soul Train up. What's the number one barrier to entry? Okay, what the fuck is crypto? How do I fucking open a wallet? How do I fucking do this? How do I do that? What's a seed phrase? Okay, what if you triggered an emotional response in a human being with something that's subjective as music or art? Okay, and you got them through the onboard process through something that's other than a speculative asset.
Right.
You know what I'm saying here?
Put in a song.
Don't undervalue. You just hit the nail on the head. Every single person in this room could have emotionally triggered an emotional response with a fucking song at some point in their life. That's 99% of the population can
That's how
trigger an
people learn.
emotional
That's
response.
how most people
Here's
learn.
the
Definitely.
funny about this, right? So you literally, it becomes like Freddie did the Hex Anthem, right? And it's powerful. It's cool. It's got a lot of information in there.
Yeah, and he dumped
that
the
nobody
price
fucking
because of it.
understands. All right.
Yeah, it's true. That's
I
true.
love Freddie. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It is great for us in an esoteric
Like an
sort of
inside
way
joke.
because we understand it, right? But for everybody else, does that communicate what it really is?
No.
No, all they're
Because
seeing is them
it's
jumping on the
just
coffin.
confusing. It's like, what did he say? 555. What?
Nobody
Scam?
understands
What?
shit.
I hear the word scam. I gotta be scam. So you have to put things. You have
In
to
perspective.
simplify. We need to run a way where we need to pull back and simplify. That's
Exactly.
what we need to do as a community. We need to pull back and simplify and make things in a way that people can understand.
Relate to
I
on
spend
an
a lot of
alternative
time-
method.
I spent a lot of time using analogies to break down advanced concepts in simple ways that people can relate to. But the problem with that is I'm spending too much time trying to explain advanced concepts that they don't really need. They need to know price goes up. They need to know that they have more hex tomorrow than they have today. They need to know this is just current USD value and not what it's going to be in the future, and not to worry about that because they're staked anyway. There's like a mindset. Richard sometimes the problem with the way that he speaks sometimes is the fact that he gives people far more credit than they deserve. He expects them to pick up the breadcrumbs and put together the clues that they are not capable of putting together, right?
Nope.
It's
No.
great for the community that we're able to pick up some of these breadcrumbs and put them together and put things together. But it's like, he'll start talking about Bitcoin. He goes, and it abuses the environment, because he really wants to make that environmental sort of statement. You know what? People's eyes glaze over at that point. Their brain shuts off because now you've attacked their coin and they don't care what you say after that. So,
Right.
you
What's
can say
the
it
best
very
onboarding
simple.
method? What's the best onboarding method? When you can create an emotional response or an emotional trigger that that individual can relate to. And there's no better form from an onboarding device. And as much as people think I'm fucking out left of field with this,
No,
is
you're not
between
talking left
music
out of field.
and art.
That's
okay?
true.
And as much as people fucking hate NFTs, they're the number one thing people can relate to on a non-financial asset mindset base. I like that art. I like that music.
Well, that's where
I can relate to that. I can emotionally relate to that. From an onboarding.
Well, that's where Hedron comes in at then. That's exactly where the Hedron NFT comes in at.
Nobody gives a fuck about Hedron because Hedron
Oh
is
no,
essentially as a
the
bond
NFT
market.
process. No, I'm saying the NFT
Hedron
process.
is essentially a fucking bond market, and the average person doesn't even know what a fucking bond is. Okay,
Right.
So
well, what I'm saying is,
Hedron does nothing, absolutely fucking nothing to onboard people. What I'm saying is,
No.
need to connect an emotional response in the individual, like playing a song from 1970 that fucking triggers a fucking memory. Okay, triggers an emotional response in that fucking human being. And what I mean by that is, okay, I have an emotional response to that. I like that artwork. I like that fucking song. I like that the way this thing makes me feel. Okay? At that point, you can onboard that people into the crypto reverse. Okay, how do I fucking open a wallet? What the fuck is a seed phrase? What the fuck do I download? and then you trigger them to buy that through an emotional response via crypto. After you have that attention, then you can broaden her horizons. But until you can connect that emotional response in here, other than a financial investment, because 99% of the people are financially illiterate fucking people. So try to make a connection between people that have no fucking financial understanding at all on a financial basis is a waste of fucking time. You need to find another vehicle, just like Johnny's fucking work, whether it's fucking masks, whether it's fucking artwork, whatever. He's connecting to those individuals on a different fucking level, on an emotional level, that see value in that emotional level other than a financial byproduct. The byproduct of what he's doing on collectibles, artwork, whatever, is on a different level. The byproduct that is a financial outcome. But the initial response, the original engagement of that person is not on a financial level. It's on, hey, I like this mask. Hey, I like this fucking avatar. I like whatever.
People buy what they like.
It's not on a fundamental financial basis. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
People buy what they like, and people will waste money on things that they like, that they have personal attachments to. And no, you're absolutely right. And music is a key. Videos are very powerful. One of the videos that is really awesome is one that Silver put together a long time ago, which not Silver, Hex Cadet. Hex Cadet put together the 20 whatever rewind, the 2020 rewind, and it shows it's have you guys seen that Hex Cadet's 2020 rewind?
No.
Yeah,
He's done
yeah,
a ton of
yeah. When you start off with Richard with the lawyers, yeah, that one.
So
It's on YouTube.
It creates a story, and again, with like the highest of stakes, I don't know how that's going to turn out. I don't know if that's necessarily the whatever. It is a story. It will get people's interest and let people into the world, so to speak. Let people know that Richard exists, so to speak, right? But no, yeah, the music is key. Things that people relate to is key. Advertisements are good, but just like we were talking about advertisement not having a message. Hex.com is not a message.
No,
Okay?
it's a byproduct.
It's branding, and branding, where Richard was getting angry about branding only works once you know that brand relates to something else. You got to give it that thing that people relate it to, so that when they see that brand, they think that thing. So like Budweiser,
like Rolexes, like fucking Louis Vuitton, like something.
Well,
what I'm
it looks
saying
like
is,
it looks like they're relating it to Louis Vuitton, not. But,
exactly. Right?
But what I'm saying
that's
is,
a social signaling byproduct branding mechanism.
Right, but if you're putting a Hex sticker out, it needs a slogan like "the future of savings." Okay,
something. It needs to be non-monetary
something
value.
simple that people understand, and it can't be passive income. Well, that sounds like a scam. You gotta pick your wording to where it's going to hit a larger demographic, and you can do targeting marketing too, right? So like I got a casino down the road from me here. I'm thinking about running a sign saying, here's a game you can. Here's a game that you can win, instead of, and target the gamblers. Look, they're taking, I sit with people that are throwing $5,000 on the table and losing it and walking out the door, and they come back in the next day and they do it again. And it's like, they've got no place to put their money. They're just tossing it out there because they got nothing better to do with it.
You're right. What if you've done a branding mechanism where the onboard mechanism is a byproduct of Hex? That means if you want fucking A, you have to onboard versus B.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is the way. Like, you can target market, so you can target like casinos, and you can put billboards in front of them that say, here's a game you can lose. If you're targeting Bitcoiners, you would have a different message. So if you're targeting somebody that got into Bitcoin after 2017, you would have a sign that would say something to the effect, did you miss Bitcoin, don't miss out on the next future upgrade or whatever.
Okay, so the thing is, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. But instead of Bitcoin versus Y, put that in a function of demographics. Okay, here's demographic A, here's demographic B, here's demographic C, and here's demographic D. And each one of those will require a different mindset via a delivery method because they think very differently amongst demographics.
So one advertisement does not work for all audiences.
Right. So that means you have to have a demographic of advertisement for demographic A, certain age group, demographic B, certain age group, demographic C, certain age group, and demographic D, certain age group. When you cover all of those in a different delivery method, you will have a different response rate depending on the demographic, because right now the demographics are 180 degrees polar opposite in mindset.
Gamblers. We've got gamblers because of the type of marketing and advertisement we use. We use big numbers. We use, 10,000x. We use 38,000 or 38%. This is drawing this. This was intentionally designed to get the people that were susceptible to scams on board so that they would be in a healthier ecosystem other than following the latest shiny object. And
okay, I'll give you a classic example of that. The number of children in the world, which literally exponentially exceeds the amount of baby boomers. So if I give my 10-year-old fucking son $100, do you think the first thought in his head, which is literally the largest population in the history of mankind next to the baby boomers, hey, here's $100. And you think the first thought in his mindset is, hey, Dad, where am I going to put this $100 to make me fucking $1 million in the future?
Yeah, I got 2 kids. They can't hold on the money for 5 seconds. It's like,
okay,
we're going to the store.
That's the whole thing.
So if you want an insight into the future, get in the mindset of your children, because they are the largest generation next to the baby boomers on the planet. Get in their head. What do they value? And then start putting that value proposition in front of them, whether it's a fucking recognizable one or a long-term gainable one. And if you can do that in a byproduct that says, hey, this is XYZ, without them fucking realizing why XYZ is valuable, now you have a value proposition.
Yeah, if you had HEX as game currency, you'd be on the roll right there.
Wait a minute.
But wait,
exactly what we're trying to do with a gaming center between here and Argentina in esports? Holy fuck!
But I mean, if we're trying to reach out to people with HEX, you can also understand that the crypto market as a whole, even with Bitcoin, they're like, well, you know what? Holdings for suckers, basically. Just if it gets to this price, dump the shit and then come back when you want it again when it's at a lower price. HEX, of course, is not designed like that. We're actually telling people like, oh yeah, you got options to stake for a year above if you want to, as many as you want. And people looking like, well, when can I take it out? No, you can't take it out, because if you take it out too soon, then you're gonna have a penalty. It was like, oh no, I don't want to do that.
What I'm saying is that value proposition is subjective, depending on the age and demographic in which you're talking to. So unless you can shift that value proposition subjectively to the demographic that, hey, don't get me wrong, I agree with you. I can relate to you. I understand 1000% what you're talking about. But unless you can fucking relay that value proposition to somebody of a different mindset with a different thinking, which is exactly where we are in this function of time between 2 major different demographics, right? One person sees value in that proposition, the other person does not. What I'm saying is that value proposition is subjective, depending on who and the demographic you are communicating to. Okay.
I don't think anybody's going to get to all this critical shit that we're covering now, Frosty, because I think we lost everybody about.
We lost people hours
Finn Bear
ago.
stick joke. Yeah. That's where we lost everybody. Midstream there. But,
we lost people hours ago. But when you talk about from a fundamental advertising point of view, the advertising subjective value proposition has changed. So we need to keep that in mind depending on who we are trying to talk to. And I'm saying, what I'm saying is we need a value proposition for A, a value proposition for B, and a value proposition for C. And all of those are equally different in the delivery method.
Yeah, one of the things that is difficult, Frosty, is the fact that we do live in a debt system. People do buy now, pay later. Saving has not earned anybody anything in the past, not the recent past, but at one point in time, you could buy a CD, you could get 10% interest. You could have a bank account. Some bank accounts are paying 6-8% interest. And then you actually were able to save money and earn interest, as where nowadays you're kind of a negative situation. If your bank account balance drops below a certain rate, they're now charging the average person fees. They want to charge you overdraft fees. They want to, it's all about fee. So people have forgotten over time what the concept of saving
they weren't taught. They weren't taught. How many percentage of the population did you lose at the word CD?
A lot, because they don't know what a CD is.
They don't even know what a CD is.
They think it's one of these, man. They think it's one of those. That's what
exactly. So as soon as you said the word CD, you lost 97% of the population out of the get-go.
Yeah.
97% of the population got lost the second you said CD.
See, I was looking at CDs about 10 years ago, and it paid 1% interest for locking it up for 10 years. And I said, no, thank you. I will go buy product and double my money next week.
I literally said to Wales early on this, the fucking yield curve, the 2 and 10 year inverted, and nobody had a clue what I was fucking talking about. That's essentially the same thing that you saying fucking CD.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Wales, fucking the yield curve, the 2 and 10, you fucking inverted this week. People are like, what the fuck's a 2 and 10?
Yeah, you're not gonna and inverted too.
And the other part of the ecosystem got completely lost when you said CD. So now you've eliminated 97% of the fucking population on the planet.
Well, I don't use the term CD. And one of the ways that I approach this is I work with other artists. They don't have 401ks. They don't have IRAs. They are gig workers. They sit on stacks of cash from their events, and they hold it in cash because they don't even want to put it in the bank because they don't like banks, right?
Okay, but how many percentage of the population... How many of the percentage of the population has 401ks? How many percentage of the population invests in a CD? How many percentage of the population fucking even understand what a fucking yield curve is?
But what I'm saying
very fucking small few.
Yes, but what I'm saying is this gives gig workers a way to save for their retirement.
Save.
That is one of the advantages of HEX. It's a personal self-sovereign retirement plan for gig workers, and that is one way to market it to people within my demographic.
Okay, but what percentage of the population is your demographic, and what percentage out of that demographic understands what you're talking
There's a lot of gig workers, dude.
Okay, but out of that percentage,
self-employed business people that do not have health insurance for emergencies, that don't have
let me get
about that, especially in America.
You're out of the U.S., right?
Yeah.
So out of the U.S., that's 4% of the population of the world. I'm in Latin America where it's 8.6% of the population with a birth rate of 2.5.
I'm not having a pissing contest over who's got.
I'm not having a business contest. I'm not having a business contest. What I'm saying is
B, C, D, whatever demographic.
What I'm saying is a relatability. That's what I'm talking about. So U.S. is 4% of the world's population. It's 357 million people between Canada and U.S. combined, which is a fucking declining market because 40% of those are baby boomers and scheduled to die by 2030. So that means you're going to lose roughly 50% of your population in the next 10 years, plus or minus. What I'm saying is here, and say for Latin America, from a relatability point of view, not anything else other than a relatability, okay? How can we communicate apples to apples, okay? We're talking the same language, you and I right now, but it's not communicated to different people based on their fundamental understanding. What I'm saying is that fundamental understanding in the human mind is very different among demographics. It's different between baby boomers, it's different between you and I and our generation, and it's absolutely 180 degrees against the millennial generation. And I'm not saying that's wrong. All I'm saying is it's different. It means we need to put ourselves in the mindset of each one of those, right?
No, I get that. You're talking about future advancement. I'm just talking about targeted marketing versus different groups. And that was just one example of how that relates to, people that I know personally. And, instead of trying to, you have to reprogram people to want to save because that's been lost on everything.
Completely uneducated.
Buy now, pay later scenario. Saving doesn't even occur to people anymore.
Financial
market something that is designed.
People are financially illiterate.
Yeah,
totally.
That's it.
So it's hard. It's hard to get them to think of saving for their future. And that's
the point I'm trying to get across. You're trying to relate a financial education they cannot relate to. They do not understand it at all, right? So if you're trying to implement a financial education on point B and they can't relate to it at all, there's no point in their mind, in their fucking mental mind, where they can connect A with B. You will never connect with them.
But that's what I'm saying is when you relate it to something like a 401k or an IRA or a retirement program, people want those things. They do.
But what percentage wants those things?
Only for those who seek those things also. You really cannot make people understand
what they
cannot understand. You just can't do it. You waste your time.
Right. That's my point.
It's up to us. It's up to us to know right away. Like, do you get it or you don't? And if you don't get it, then we'll talk back to you later. Once you start to understand.
So we already know, and we can admit right now in this space, right, that they do not know.
That's true.
So what I'm saying is, let's just drop that fucking mechanism, and put something that they can relate to. What can they relate to? What can they emotionally relate to other than a financial speculative instrument? Because you will never get them on that fucking level. Why? Because there's nothing in their mind that they can connect A with B on a speculative information. And you can try and try and try until you're blue in the face. You're literally trying to talk to a wall. You will not have that little of engagement where you can connect.
Can I ask a question? Are we talking about people in crypto or people in general?
People in general.
Okay.
Yeah, because people in crypto forget it.
Forget them. That's
what I was gonna say. They stuck on like flat paper, man.
Wales, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If we're trying to onboard a completely new persona, okay, new person, when 99% of the people do not understand finance whatsoever, why are we trying to approach them on a financial level? Will they get it? Yes or no?
Probably not. I think what I like to do is I like to try to ascertain what they might or might not know. That's really my first step. And, I think we talked about this last week also. I think my main avenue of approach is just talking about how the value of money or currency has depleted over time. Because that's obvious to everybody, you know what I mean?
But nobody cares.
That's exactly what I go with. Yeah, they care. They just don't know how. They don't know how to react. They just don't, man.
Let me ask you this, Wales. What's the relatability on music?
Oh, it's high, right? It's just again, nobody knows what a T-shirt is, so it's irrelevant if it's in a song. Like that's
So
just irrelevant.
what if you inadvertently tied an emotional response to music to that industry via them not understanding why they're buying what they're buying?
Yeah. So check this out. This is what I do on my streams. Actually, I literally go out of my way to connect people's actual pain, real world pain, to what Hex can do for them.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the way, and that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to trigger that emotional connection
Mm-hmm.
that's gonna make them think, "Damn, I really need to stake this motherfucking Hex."
Exactly.
Because that's
So what
really
I'm
what it's
saying
all
is,
about. Yeah.
all I'm saying is, we need a different delivery method. That's what I'm trying to say.
To be
Delivery method.
honest, I think we need a different delivery method every single time because you don't know who you're gonna talk to. You really
Depends
don't.
on your target. You need a
your
different
delivery.
delivery method depending
Yeah.
on the target
Yes.
demographic you're talking to.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah.
Right?
Because
So if
that
you're
really
talking
covers
to
everything.
a baby boomer, that's a different delivery method.
Yeah,
If you're
100%.
talking to a Gen X, Y, that's a delivery. Gen Z and X, that's a different delivery method. And each one of those delivery methods is different.
Big
Does that
time.
make sense?
Yeah. 100%.
Right?
And
So the
that's why
question is, we need multiple different delivery methods
Yeah, we do.
depending on the age and demographic we are target marketing. That's all I'm trying
I've
to say.
actually showed. I've actually showed examples. I've actually showed examples of previous end stakes of like $1,000,000 stakes or $100,000 stakes, and actually explained to them like how that actually occurred, and that actually gets them like, okay, yeah, I can understand that. It's participation of other stakes that generate this. Now look at this guy. He put this much in. This is how much he got. Because the code actually did that without anyone interfering, basically. So I basically just show from example of other stakes also.
All I'm trying to say is, as long as you're trying to pitch this as a fucking financial instrument, as a speculative instrument in the financial industry, you are literally eliminating 98% of the population right out of the bat because they're the most uneducated financial people on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a way to overdo it though. Like if you are trying to target several different demographics, like for instance, like our postcards, like our stuff that says 10,000x, 38%, the stuff that makes people's brains shut down. If you have multiple delivery methods and then they come across one of these other delivery methods, because people are so flighty that some of these other delivery methods can be conflicting and be detrimental, because now they're like, oh, now I see what this thing is. Now I'm scared because now I saw a different form of advertisement and I'm not comfortable with that approach. So there are conflicts with doing multiple types of advertisement and not sticking with something solid that is more universal. But again, it's a matter of seeing what's most effective in it and what works without too many conflicting things that might make people skittish.
No, I agree with you 100%.
I mean, like that
I agree
scam
with you 100%.
advertising thing. I hate that scam advertising thing.
But the thing is, we're living through a point of time that's unprecedented, right? So unprecedented takes unprecedented thinking. No point in the time of the history of mankind on this planet ever have we gone through a larger demographic shift in the history of mankind on planet fucking Earth than we are today. Nada. So that means, of course, things are not correlated. Of course, things are not the same because this has never happened. Of course, things often, history repeats and often rhymes, but it will never be the same. Why is it not the same right now? Because there's never been a point in history of mankind that has ever existed on the planet Earth where we've had the largest demographic shift on the history of mankind that ever exists on the planet. That means we need to put that into our math equation. We need to factor that in. We can't just say, hey, this does not exist, because it absolutely does exist. That's why, for me personally, I don't even bother. I do not even waste a fucking momento of me fucking time worrying about baby boomers. Why?
Right.
Because they're literally a fucking declining market over the next 10 years. They fucking, in 2019, the baby boomers started to fucking retire. They continue to fucking retire and leave the ecosystem to 2024, 25, in which they max out. And literally, it's a fucking Luna chart between there and 2035. Why would I target a fucking market like that? Or in my personal opinion, we target the next largest fucking population in the history of mankind, the millennials. Forget about everybody else. This is my personal opinion, and people can say I'm fucking crazy. They tell me all day long, but I'm like, just focus on the next.
Call you crazy on this stream. I just want to point that out.
Crazy,
I'll send you my fucking
I'm gonna
DMs.
start calling him crazy instead of Frosty. Since
you start seeing by the DMs that I get in a fucking day, and you will
I
fucking
like
understand
Frosty
why
better.
I say
with,
that.
with 2 or 3 followers, maybe 8 followers tops, the ones that are talking shit to you, right?
But buddy, I get fucking dude with this node network and everything else. People that hate me right now, that's totally fucking their business model, hate me a lot because they know I'm fucking their business model. But at least I'm calling it out on their shit, and nobody else is calling them out. That's another conversation for another day. Or we spend our time, money, and energy on the most sustainable market, the millennials, which is the one that's going to be sustainable. And if you take the McDonald's effect or the Ray Kroc effect, how did Ray Kroc become successful, right? What did they do? They fucking they tied an emotional positive response of them going to McDonald's, getting a toy, and playing in a fucking amusement park. They literally tied an emotional response to McDonald's at an early age. Now McDonald's can put dog shit in a fucking bag, and people will go there because it was implemented into them at such a young age.
Take a look. I do want you to do a little research and take a look at Hex Cadet on YouTube and pull up the 2 rewinds and take a look at what they kind of put together there as far as emotional response. I think you'll like that a lot. Just it'll take you like 5 minutes. It's not a long video or anything. But no, I get what you're getting at there. I do understand the difference in the demographic. And one of the things I think we're doing effectively as a community is we are using this new type of social media platforms where a majority of the young people do live. For me, I don't really, believe it or not, enjoy the social media platform all that much. But
it's different.
TikTok is like where most of the traffic is these days.
Huge.
It's ridiculously huge. And
TikTok, Instagram.
Because of the community, I put TikTok videos and stuff together because the community wanted me to do too. It doesn't get that traction. I'm an old guy. I don't need to be on freaking TikTok.
Yeah, but it's on there though, and that's important. You know
what I mean? At least I tried to get some of that stuff out there. But yeah, so what we're doing is these influencers that are now that they're kind of exposing themselves on their limited knowledge of the space, and I think
extremely limited.
We all knew this was coming.
And I think that we are. What's going to happen is there is going to be a flippening.
Sure. I think it's already occurring. To be honest with you, man, think about it. Johnny, hold on. Do you remember? Because I gotta hop in a little bit. Do you remember last year, literally right around this time, April, May, June? What happened? The market took a dump and HEX elevated. It went almost to number 3, like from that time forward.
Oh, we hit number 3. We actually did.
We did it. All right. We did it. You're right. We did it. And people took notice, right? And we just elevated at that point. And we're elevating once again right now, literally.
Yes, we are.
Like the Bitcoiners are so livid. And this is how you know. Because they see it. It's done.
Yeah,
it's done.
And plus,
everybody sees what Bitcoin is now because of what's happened to the price.
But when we're buying,
and plus you got all this garbage. Plus you got all this garbage that's leveraged on Bitcoin now.
Exactly.
I mean, Solana's next.
Yeah.
Solana's next,
That's
man.
what I'm talking
Definitely.
about. People are seeing this shit, so they're seeing that Bitcoin is not the play. Period.
Yeah.
They talk about Michael Saylor this and Elon that, and the shit coins that they talk about are the very shit coins that bought Bitcoin. I mean, you can't make that shit up.
When they tell you to
What's
look
really
left,
hilarious
you need to
about
look
it is
right.
right now at these
100%.
times, all eyes are on HEX to fail.
Yep.
Everybody, all the haters, everybody
Little do
has
they
got their
know.
eyes on HEX right now.
Little do they know.
Little do they know.
We're the only
and
ones left.
They're just going to
We're
all
the-
stand there in disbelief, going like this. When
We're
it
still
does
here.
I almost think this price suppression is almost purposeful.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Yeah, it
hilarious.
is. I think so too, Johnny. I
really
think so too,
believe
Johnny.
that this allows them to go on, carry on, have their good time, get their kicks in while everybody's down, keep kicking people, and then you know what? They are drawing attention to the HEX price chart.
But everybody's down. So while they're crap talking HEX, they're still bringing attention to the market. So
But
it
they're
works.
bringing direct attention to HEX when they wouldn't speak about it before.
Correct.
And then all eyes are going to be on it when it takes off this time.
Oh yeah.
All eyes are going to be on
And
it.
you know what? You know what that means, right, Johnny? Looks like that 512 might be coming true after all.
Yeah.
The way things are lining up right now, I'm seeing that 512 for sure.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised
We
one
did
bit.
a 256x from big payday low to the top on September 19th. It's not far fetched to see HEX do 512 if everybody's going to try to jump on board now.
Yeah,
because we're the only ones left, man. We are absolutely the only ones left. I mean, just look at the whole entire market.
Okay. And I hate to play devil's advocate, the fucking douchebag in the fucking room all night. Okay. And I'll play that fucking role. Let's from a fundamental principle point of view. Okay. From a basic fucking level. If you think an IMF-backed bank, central bank US dollar currency, couldn't stop the country of El Salvador at a fucking heartbeat, they couldn't stop that? You're telling me that a fucking US-based dollar country, IMF fucking backed central bank country from the US dollar system, could not stop the country of El Salvador from adopting Bitcoin as a medium of exchange?
Take notes.
Take fucking notes. Okay? Yep. So if you just zoom the fuck out, not what they say, what they do. Fuck what they say. What they do isn't a fucking small tidbit of information. Wait a minute. So, didn't fucking Panama just agree to do the same thing as going to legislative to approve the same fucking shit? Wait a minute. So there's El Salvador, there's Panama, and there's Ecuador. There's only 3 countries in Latin America with 8.6% of the population of the world. Regardless of what the fuck they say, what they do says something very fucking different. And if you don't think for one red fucking second they do not have the power to fucking squash that at its infancy, you're mysteriously mistaking yourself. Okay?
Well, you know, there was a trend. There was a trend that happened that I noticed before the Ukraine invasion, and it was a month ago. That I don't know, for some reason they posted this like on like Washington Post of the Russian finance minister that actually said like, hey, there's nothing that we can do against Bitcoin.
Really?
There's absolutely nothing that we can do against Bitcoin. Now I'm like, wait a minute, why the hell are they publishing this? And then all of a sudden a month later you got this Ukraine Russian shit that happened. Now look at what Russia did.
Look right.
Yeah, look at what Russia did now. It was like, oh yeah, we want our shit in rubles, and if you're a friend of ours, okay, you can use Bitcoin. I'm like, oh man.
Yeah.
Like, oh man.
They don't need to stop it because they have their own.
January, man. I remember reading that tweet. It was a Washington Post, and it said that the Russian finance minister said we can't stop Bitcoin.
Let's back this up from a fundamental principle.
Let me hop, guys. I don't want to keep interrupting. I'm gonna hop. Later.
Okay, bro, man.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Later, Wales.
Of course, man. Always
later, Wales.
Peace.
From a fundamental fucking velocity of money point of view, okay? Think about this for a second. if fucking Iran, China, and Russia are predominantly the largest fucking bond and treasury holders.
Oh man, where you go? Well, I think I know what he's about to say about the BRICS nations. Because Brazil's going to be next, definitely. Brazil's going to go on board next.
He's back. He's silent.
Tell him to your mic.
We lost you, Frosty, your mic.
Hey, anyone know hand signs? Like you're playing the piano.
Can you hear us, Frosty?
We definitely see you're agitated. But we still can't.
He's going to have to. Yeah, he's going to have to go back with that. So. Oh man, this is lovely.
Can exchange one for another.
Guys, I want to say it's been excellent hanging with you, but I am freaking tired too. So I'm going to call it. Let's see if we can get Frosty back and let him do his thing here.
His hand signs. Oh man, yeah, I got a couple of minutes myself, but hey, you gotta go, Johnny. Hey, we're here, dude.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Have a good night, man.
Guys.
See you, Johnny. Take care, dude.
It's good hanging with you. Frosty,
you big stuff now, man. You're big stuff now on Rumble. You got everybody on here.
Yeah, I'm surprised all these people want to come on. It's great. Frosty,
yeah,
we can't hear you. Oh, he's going in.
Yeah. Oh man, he's yelling at the mic too, boy.
What are you guys laughing at?
What happened?
He's like, what are you guys laughing at? We can't hear you, Frosty.
Frosty! We can't hear you. Oh man, I wish I could write this down. I gotta find a piece of paper or something. Wait, trying to find a piece of paper
He
somewhere.
lost the connection earlier, and then I don't know what happened.
Yeah, his mic went off. I remember that happened to me on RG's show. Yeah, RG's show that happened.
Frosty.
Let's see if I find a Sharpie or something. I don't know. Did he figure it out?
Laughing, yeah.
He figured it out. Oh, damn. All the times I can't find a damn pen in the house. Ah, damn. Big ass house. Oh, here we go. Yeah. See.
I mean, I don't know how to let him know. Your camera, it's not working. I can't hear you.
Can you see it? Can you see it?
Yeah, he's making out.
Well, he definitely can't see now. Oh man, you gotta love the life. I tell you. Hey,
I'm gonna put him full screen.
Oh man, I tell you, Frosty something else, man.
Yeah.
Playboy from the South.
Canadian.
Yeah, you gotta give it to him, man. Yeah, he ain't reading that sign. Oh man, dude, this is something else.
She cut off his internet.
Oh really? She cut off the mic?
Probably.
Oh hell no, dude.
I don't know.
Hey, wherever he was drinking, I know it was some good shit. So hey, like shit, I would have been sipping that too. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean he's chilling. He's retired. He's having a great time.
Dude, Congrats. Definitely. He made it. You know,
Yeah,
when
he
you
put the
retire.
time in. He was
Yeah,
saying
and
he
all
got
of that.
into Ethereum Classic early. He was like a miner and all that. So.
Oh, really?
hmm
Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, that's why you know
So
so
he's been
much
in the
about Ethereum Classic.
yeah.
I mean,
So
man, you know, like I say, if y'all can do it, do it. Do it now. And get the fuck from where y'all at. If y'all live in the damn city. You know, like I say, go to Panama, go to Ecuador or some damn way, man. There's gonna be a lot of up and coming areas. I mean, the thing is, I mean, just look at the trends right now, man. The West right now is fucked. It really
Yeah.
is. They got caught with their pants down, definitely, man. This Russia thing, Russia has exposed a lot of things, dude. I tell you, a lot of things. And not only that, you know, they actually pulled themselves away economically from us, from the West. It's not going to be the same at all. Well, let's say, for instance, when the Ukraine conflict does, you know, quell down, which it is now, because like I said, I'm looking at actions of what Russia's actually doing, like cutting off Europe, or that France and Germany of
hmm
their gas and stuff. They're like, no, you're not getting none if you're not paying in rubles. I'm like, damn. So
Yeah.
so that right there, you know, like I said, I follow trends like that, man. You know, that's just a sign for what's to come, especially over here, man. You know, in the good old U.S. of A. I mean, the average gas price now, shit, like where we're at, is like what, $6 a
Yeah.
gallon?
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
And like I told my wife, man, I'm like, yeah, let this shit go on for another month. Let it go
Yeah.
on for another month.
Should go higher, I think. So.
Well, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate, you know, because like right now, like I told like Dale, this is the threshold right here. I seen less and less cars on the road in rush hour and everything, dude. So yeah, it's gonna be something else, definitely. It's gonna be something else, and a lot of people don't understand that that's really the deciding factor. Is really transportation. I mean, you stay in a rural area, you gotta drive. I mean, you gotta pick up your kid to school, you gotta drive.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it just lasts with this administration, and the next one can do better.
Well, that's the
Right.
thing, you know. It's not even 2 years yet, man.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's not even 2 years yet, man, and it's going to take like a month to actually break people. And like people right now, they're hurting. They are
Yeah.
really hurting, man.
I heard someone say if it goes to like $8 a gallon, $7, $8, like no one's gonna have money to do anything, go anywhere, go to work. So
Well, yeah. I mean, there are areas like that right now, like you know, in the city. I mean, you got public transportation in the city and stuff. You know,
yeah,
that's the good part. You know, they haven't raised the fares yet because you know a lot of these you know, like the CTA and all that, they've actually got the future price anyway. So they're locked in. But once you know those contracts run out, okay, yeah, bus fare that was $2 now it's $6.
yeah.
Yeah, so
Everything's up. It's crazy. It really is. I was not expecting this, but
no one was expecting it, man. You know, and unfortunately, it is affecting the price of crypto now. You know, but I mean, overall, thank God that the design of Hex. I mean, mistaken for like 2 years now, and I mean, best damn decision I ever made in my life. One of the best
yeah,
damn decisions next to
of
marrying
course,
my wife and being an electrician. So,
of course, yeah. It's. I mean, I'm day 600, but it's nice to get that yield every day. So
oh yeah, Yeah, it shows definitely. It shows real yield too at that. It's your yield. It's no
Uh oh,
damn
he's
yield
back.
from. Oh, you back? You got the mic back, or you had to get a
I heard him.
microphone?
I heard him. Can you hear us?
Who? Me?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
were
there you
talking
go.
earlier, but your mic was out.
Yeah, somebody rugged my ass, but that's okay. No, it's not somebody. I was too much talking about politics. That's the problem. I'm fucking this shit.
Yep.
Hey, that's what
It
we're here
happened.
for, man. Yeah, I try to write you a sign and everything, man, but
You
you
got
got the
busy.
lady in the way. I'm like, oh, he ain't reading that damn sign. I mean,
Chicas always es muy que pena. Sí, chica es muy que pena.
there you go.
Sí, todo que pena. Sí, sí, sí. Es muy grande problema. Exactamente. Does everybody bail off this? Who's left in here?
Just
just
Romanian
us,
Dan
man.
and Kryptonate.
They all bailed, eh? That's okay.
Yeah, it's late over here. I mean, you're probably the same. But what's your time zone? Eastern time zone?
USD, US Central Time.
Central, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
same time
You're
as
an
me.
hour earlier. Okay.
It's like
So
10:30 over here.
Yeah, I have no idea what time it is. But we're good. Fucking let's roll on. We go till the sun comes up around here.
It's awesome.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hey. How's it going?
Hi.
Hey.
Good night.
See, that's what I'm talking
Eternita,
about
you?
there, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, you be a perfect marketing agent for Hex, Frosty.
I do my small part in the ecosystem. I'm just another piece in the puzzle amongst the pie, my friend.
I hear that, man.
Frosty,
Yeah, you're
very,
right.
very
I do what I can do, and other people do what they can do, and whether they agree or disagree, I just try to offer an objective macro outside to see all points of view from a non-biased opinion. You know what I mean? And I try not to put my personal feelings and my personal opinions amongst what things are. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I find
Oh,
people
no,
get too wrapped up in their own emotional opinion without non-subjectable thought, right? Just because what I think, my personal opinion does not mean shit, right? When we're talking about onboarding many other users, many other ecosystems, many different demographics, that doesn't mean my opinion matters. That means we have to assess things on a macro scale and put ourselves in opinion in the shoes and walk in the shoes of people that we do not understand. So I try to offer outside the box thinking from a non-biased point of view. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And sometimes we just need to put our mindset in something that's other than our own opinion. Because it doesn't mean our own opinion is always correct. And there's lots of times my own opinion in business is wrong. What I think is right compared to what the market says is right are two different things. So sometimes you just got to step back from what we emotionally think and just listen to the entire ecosystem and what it is telling us. And whether that agrees with our opinion or not, we need to assess that data as a non-subjective, non-biased opinion. And I try to offer that as much as I possibly can, right? Without non-biased opinion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think objectively as well. I don't use my opinions to judge others or coerce them to think my way. No, I basically want to hear and see what you think.
Yeah, exactly. And
So it can come up
you
to
listen.
me.
You listen to me, I listen to you, and fucking everybody listens to here. And somewhere in the middle of all of that differences is probably where the truth lies. And when we can listen to that non-subjectively, without getting our emotions involved, is when we can make the best financial decisions for everybody and our ecosystem. The difference is, like, we're in a major shift between demographics. And the two demographics think like 180 degrees to each other. Baby boomers and millennials think 100% differently than the other. So we can't non-discredit column A or column B. We need to listen to both sides, and then formulate a path that fits both sides of that coin. You know what I mean? As long as we're rigid in our thinking, and anytime you're rigid in your thinking from a business point of view, generally means a higher probability of failure. So all I'm saying, and I've brought up many different things tonight, is just let's just look at things from all sides of the token, whether we agree or we disagree. But let's objectively look at them on a non-opinion base from multiple different views, and at that point, let's form an opinion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to offer. That's all I'm trying to offer, right?
Yeah. You gotta know what both parties lie up until you actually come up with something. Yeah.
Right. And then at that point, we can collectively bring the opinions of the whole of the community and then start forming paths based on those non-objective opinions, right? Like, but I feel people in this ecosystem, not our ecosystem, but all crypto ecosystems, where they're like maxis and there's just only one way of thinking.
Yeah, that's toxic.
It's very toxic. You start limiting the form of communication amongst people, because people are very smart. As a collective of many people in the ecosystem can offer many subjective opinions. And at that point, when you start collaborating on these levels of non-personal bias, we can create real world solutions. I'm not saying any one is more right or wrong than the other, but we got to consider multiple different coins, and I'm not coins, but different opinions, and somewhere amongst all of those opinions lies truth, right?
Right.
And then once we assess all of those things, somewhere where all of those converge in the middle of that is where we can start formulating a plan. But we have to be non-biased in our listening skills to be like, hey, what about this? What about this? Without being emotionally attached to that controversial objective. And sometimes controversial objective is not wrong. It's just a different form of thought process via different mindset, and that's okay. But we have to at least have the ability to listen and say, and let's sit back and hear, hey, what's that side of the story? And there's half truths and mistruths and everything these days, but somewhere in the middle of all that is the truth, right? All I'm trying to offer is,
listening is a skill, definitely.
Yeah, so it's just like, let's just broaden our horizon a little bit, collectively communicate amongst each other, and then figure out a path forward. That's all I'm trying to do. You know what I mean? And sometimes things just get a little too narrow-minded in their mind view, and you need to consider all the information to bring in, and then subjectively make an opinion. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's how I got into HEX. You gotta have all avenues out, then you decide. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with playing devil's advocate in the rest of the world. It just offers a different view on things. Whether it's right or wrong doesn't mean anything. It's just, let's just consider it and put ourselves in somebody else's shoes for 5 minutes other than our own. And let's just look through the lens of somebody else's shoes for 5 minutes, right? Whether we agree or disagree doesn't matter. Let's just let's just let's just look through their shoes. And at least once you look through their shoes, whether you agree or disagree, you can at least then start to understand where the other party's coming from. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not to judge right away. Definitely.
Yeah, do not judge a man until you walk a mile in his shoes. You know what I mean? And we cannot all put ourselves in each individual's man's shoes from our own personal biased life experiences. We need to listen to other people and their objectives and their disconcerts and their fucking whatever and hear them. Whether we agree or not or disagree is irrelevant, but we need at least to hear them in order to form an objective opinion. But I find right now with all these echo chambers that nobody's listening to each other anymore. They're just like, no, this, that. We're all a fucking form of fucking maxis that can't fucking hear each other as human beings anymore. Right? And there's no right or wrong opinion, but at least we can hear each other without fucking disrespecting and discrediting each other.
Yeah, that's a problem. Definitely. I've seen like guys actually, that you thought they were close, and then all of a sudden, boom, they go off on something and they spread it, separate their own ways. It's toxic for the community. It really is, like you said, the maximalism and egos definitely,
Yeah,
what you got ego for? We're in HEX.
Yeah, exactly. You may
like
not have to agree with the other person, but you can at least give the person fucking 10 minutes of respect to hear them out and try to relate from them from where they're seeing it at their mental point in view. And we all learn at different stages in our life. We all learn and become more knowledgeable, more experienced in different things. At least you can give the respect of hearing them out without fucking putting them down, treating them like they're pieces of shit. Whether you agree or not or disregard, okay, just give the fucking poor person a few minutes to explain their side, and then you have the opportunity to explain your side. And the probability of somewhere between you and them is a higher probability of truth, right? Because we all have different perspectives and different things and coming into our lives. Never judge a person until you walk the mile in their shoes. I try to listen to all things, all different communities, fucking from Luna to fucking things that are good, things that are bad. I try to absorb it all and then make an educated opinion. But I'm at least going to listen. I'm not going to be like, blah, 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 Luna this, blah, blah, blah. You know what? I give them the opportunity to explain themselves and hear their side of the story before I form an opinion, without jumping out of the gate and forming opinion, without at least hearing the opposition side. And this is just nothing more than human respect. At what point do we lose the human respect of hearing the other person out? Whether we agree or disagree, we can't hear the other person out? What is wrong with that? At what point in history do we fucking disrespect a person so much we can't even give them 5 minutes of our time to hear them out, regardless of whether we agree or disagree?
Well, respect is taught, Frosty. It's actually taught. It's not given. It really isn't. Someone's got to actually teach a person how to respect another.
And that's the part I try to advocate for. You know what I mean? Like, just back up, take a step back. And yeah, you may not agree with the person, but at least hear them out. That's all. That's all I'm saying. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying you have to change your mind. I'm not saying you have to change your opinion. But at least give the other person the fucking respect to hear their side. What's wrong with that? How is that such a horrible thing in this world?
Unfortunately, it has. Because if you got your own opinion besides theirs, then all of a sudden you're evil guy.
Right? It's true. Welcome to my life.
We're all fighting the same evil too. We shouldn't bicker at the other communities as much as we do, but it is what it is.
Yeah, but you know, with that, I mean, over the years, man, I don't start nothing. You know, like I say, it's like a piranha. I always came with the term hex piranhas. Like, hey, you dip your foot in that damn water, kicking it around. Okay, you see, what do you think the damn piranha's gonna do?
But the
Like,
piranhas
okay.
are only dangerous until the water gets low. You know what I mean? If you dip your water when the water is high in a piranha pool, piranhas won't bite you. The piranhas
Mm-hmm.
only become dangerous when the water becomes low and food becomes scarce. You know, you could
Mm-hmm.
literally go swimming in a pool of piranhas when the water is high and the food is abundant and they won't touch you. It only becomes a problem. Piranhas only become a problem when the water is low and the food becomes scarce. And that's the way I see a piranha pool, right? As long as everything's good and the fucking prices are high, the piranhas don't bother you. The piranhas only become a problem when the water's low and they're all fucking fighting to keep their own ecosystem above water, right? You know?
Yep, that's a good way of putting it too. Definitely.
Right? So,
Definitely.
and now you can see when the water's getting low in the ecosystem and the fucking food is becoming scarce, the piranhas are coming out and the echo chambers are only becoming more fucking exponential or more violent. And then you got to ask yourself why, because they're all trying to fight for the same thing. They're all trying to fight for the same water space, the same food supply. And I'm saying, instead of fighting for the same food supply, just fucking go out and expand on the exponential amount of food supply, considering we're at 3-5% of 8 billion people that are in the marketplace. There's no shortage of food.
It sure isn't.
Right?
No, there
Because there's
isn't.
only 5% of, let's say on the best case, 5 to 6% of the population in crypto. Okay, well, 5% of fucking 8 billion people is pretty fucking minimal. There's more food supply from the piranha point of view than there is chewing on our own ecosystem. Let's just understand what the barriers of entry is to the rest of the food supply. And let's look at that as non-subjective as possible and formulate an educated opinion and multiple different platforms to expand that ecosystem, opposed to fighting amongst ourselves over bullshit. But what I find people are more concerned about fighting over ourselves over bullshit than expanding the ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 100% true.
It's
Right?
the most important thing, really. It should be the most important thing. I mean, you're actually in this product that actually works itself. And the absolute best thing, like you say, is to advertise it. You know, like, hey, man, I got, in this damn thing and I did pretty good. Why don't you try it out? You know. But like you said, like it also said, the egos, man.
Egos are the number one problem. And as long as 98% of the crypto industry is predominantly male, right? The ego form in the A-type personality is like brutal. They just start fighting amongst themselves over bullshit, and the deflection of arguments is ridiculous. When somebody can't answer a straight up question, they deflect to something that's non-conversational, subjective, like 180 degrees compared to the conversation. It's a deflection of a direct question they cannot answer. And for me, I'm like, I don't buy that shit. I'm like, I don't give a shit about your deflection. Answer the direct question. I fucking answered you. You know what I mean? Just because you don't have an answer, just admit you don't have a fucking answer. But the level of deflection is retarded. And a level of the deflection just means they don't have an answer for your argument, which is bullshit.
Even though they started it.
Even though they started it. You know?
Yeah.
I'm like, life is not the world as we live as an ecosystem has many different layers, you know, and human beings as a characteristic and human characteristic is not unlike any other ecosystem in the world. It has many different layers, and we need to be objective to all the layers in which the ecosystem of the world and human people and human characteristics and human demographics. We need to put ourselves in the mindset of each one of those, and it's not a singularity, right? As long as people think in a singularity, there's no success, because there's no such thing as a singularity in the world, right? I'm sorry, and I'm sorry that life is unfair, that the fucking pelican ate the fish, and the fucking lizard ate the insect, and the bird ate the lizard. That's just the way the world goes around. Life is unfair. Nobody said the world was fair, and it never will be fair, right? It wasn't fair for the fucking fish that ate the pelican that ate the fish. It wasn't fair for the fish, and it wasn't fair for the insect that the lizard ate, and it wasn't fair for the lizard the bird ate. But that's the way the world goes around. Nobody said life was fair. So to try to make a world that's fucking naturally instinct by the fucking natural characteristics of the world is unfair. To make it fair is literally trying to swim upstream. Because if it was fair, then the fucking lizard never would have ate the insect. The bird never would have ate the fucking lizard. And you know what I mean? The fucking bird never would have ate the fish, and the fish never would have ate the bird. If that was the definition of fair, well, then we wouldn't be in the ecosystem in the world that we are. And why human beings think they operate by different rules than nature is beyond me. They seem to think they can create a world where everything is equal and everything is fair in an unequal, unfair world. Well, you're literally trying to swim up fucking stream, because there's no point in the rest of the fucking ecology of the world where that exists. I'm sorry. You know, if you can find me one instance in the world where life is fair
and equal,
any other fucking species and equal, then we'll have a different conversation. But it's not. And why human beings as a species thinks it's any ever different, because we're so superior, and then we think we have more knowledge. If we have some more knowledge, we have more questions than we have answers in this world. Okay? There's literally new species of fucking animals being discovered every day. So the sheer fact and ignorance that we think we have more knowledge than we have questions is bullshit. It's bullshit, because we don't. That's ignorance. That's a sheer fact of ignorance, that we think we have more answers than questions. And that we think we're above everything else. We think we can communicate better than any other species on the planet. But that's not true. It's just a different form of understanding. Just because we don't understand their communication does not mean it's unequal to ours. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Right?
There is.
You think whales and porpoises can't fucking communicate at an equal level than we can?
No, they can't.
Well, we don't know that. We assume that. But fucking science over time proves that they can communicate probably better than we can.
Yeah.
That's a
you're
lack
right.
of understanding. But our ignorance thinks we are superior to nature. And all I'm trying to say is, anytime man thinks we're superior to nature, nature will wipe our ass out at a blink of an eye. If you don't think nature can overcome us at a blink of an eye and to fucking destroy us, you have a fucking different way of thinking the world.
Yeah, I mean, lizards are scary. It's a scary thing.
Yeah,
Never
they are here,
underestimate
man.
nature.
Yeah, don't ever underestimate it. You're right.
Because
It'll be
one
your
tornado that
ass.
sets down in a community in Texas and wipes it out from one tornado, who's more superior, nature or us? Do you think of all the technology in the world, we can stop that from happening?
Nope.
No. No. You think all the nature of the world when an earthquake comes and wipes out an entire civilization through a tsunami? Do you think we have the control to stop that out of all the technology we think we have?
Nope.
The very day that people underestimate the world will be the very day they get wiped out. All I'm saying is you need to have a respect for that. You know?
Unfortunately, I think we're getting close to that. You know, this man's arrogance, thinking that they know every damn thing about everybody and everything on Earth. You're right, and of course, eventually it comes out that, oh yeah, I made a mistake. That's not what it's supposed to do, because you didn't know in the first damn place, man. You know.
Mistakes are okay in life. That's how human nature learns via mistake. But people have an unhealthy relationship with failure, right? People are so afraid to fail from outside judgment, although failure is the human characteristic to learning. Humans learn via failure. The rate of success is at the rate at which you fail.
Yeah.
Those that are willing to take the risk and fail the most are those most likely to succeed in life. The success is a byproduct of the rate at which you fail. But people have been programmed to have an unhealthy relationship with failure, an unhealthy relationship with being wrong, and sitting here amongst a group of people and saying, you know what? I was wrong. I made a bad choice. I made a bad decision. And don't even think that I haven't sit here and made bad decisions in my life. I've had more failed businesses, more bad decisions, more failed relationships, but I'm not afraid to give up.
Yeah, you got to fail forward fast, as they say.
Failure is the key to success. In order to fail, that means you need to live on the verge of unknown things. You need to push your barrier of fear, right? In order to do something new, right, you have to try something different that you've never done before. And the probability of failure at something that you've never done before is extremely high. Pero the rate of experience and knowledge you will gain from failing is at its exponential high.
Yep, you're right about that, man. I mean, how can you move on if you haven't, failed back anyway? To me, it's impossible.
It's like saying I want to be a pro tennis player. I pick up a tennis racket for 15 minutes, swing it 20 times, and expect to be a pro tennis player. What? How does any of that make fucking sense? These people train for fucking 8 hours a day, fucking 5 days a week to become professional. Discipline. They swing that racket thousands of times, and they've failed more times than they become successful. It's a byproduct of failure that creates the success. But for some God unknown reason, people have been programmed to have an unhealthy relationship with failure. Failure is wrong. I go to school. I make a mistake on a math test. I get ostracized for it. I am wrong. And they have they've been literally programmed from a fucking young age that failure is wrong. Although failure is literally the key to success. I fucking failed a math test. I failed an English test. I failed whatever. And the amount of negative public pressure that comes on from failing that test compared to the people that pass those tests is bullshit. And it's no wonder some of the richest people in the world don't have a high school diploma.
Or drop out of college too.
They all drop out of college. They don't have a high school diploma. Why is that? Their rate of failure is way more exponential than opposed to the people that go through the system. Is there any wonder in that? No, there's not. And I feel so many people live in fear these days. Well, what if this? What they live in a world of fucking what ifs. Well, what if this? What if that? Well, what if the sun crashes into the earth tomorrow?
Yeah.
Right? So you can
And
never live your world by the fucking what ifs. All you can do is deal with what you have at the table based on the information you have at the time. And based on the information you have at the time, the skill sets in which you have, you can make an informed decision to make the best judgment in the world. Whether that's right or wrong, sure, you're going to make wrong decisions. You're going to make micro decisions. But at least as long as you have the ability to learn from the wrong decisions you will have, the probability of success is far higher. But the problem is people are so afraid of making a fucking mistake, they don't even try and they avoid the situation altogether. Like altogether. Well, you know.
You'll have people like the analogy that you just used earlier. They will wait for that sun to crash in the earth. Literally, they will wait.
They will wait for the sun. They will live in the fucking imaginary world of the fucking possibles, and they will fucking stew on that until their own demise, opposed to just trying something and learning. People, human characteristics learn by failure. So when we think back, when we went through as a young child, do you think we did not fall learning how to walk? Do you think we just walked without ever falling? No, we fell. Do you think you learned how to ride a bike with never falling off a bike? No, we fell. But it was that failure. People learn, the human nature learns via failure. But we've made it via society to be afraid to fail. And that being ability to be afraid to fail has made people afraid to take risk. And they made them they made them unable to assess risk, right? So if you're unable to assess risk, you're unable to assess the probability of failure. So you have this fucking vortex that feeds on itself, where the number one human characteristic and trait is a byproduct of failure to make it absolutely people afraid to fail. You think that's coincidence? You think that's on purpose? That the world has been subjectively fucking brainwashed to think failure is a bad thing, even though it's the only way the human species learns? What?
Nope. They want you stuck in the system so you can work for them.
Exactly.
Well, not only that, they want you in constant competition. Also, it's almost like a diversion to, like focus away from wherever your life can be. But I just want you to focus on this one thing so you can be better at this instead of that.
Exactly.
Also,
I agree. 1,000%. What I try to encourage people is the key to success is the rate at which you fail. If you can't be willing to fail, then you will never find success, because it's literally in the human characteristic. If you think the day that you learned how to walk and you never fell once, bullshit. If you learned how to talk, that you never made wrong sounds and vowels and whatever, wrong. If you never learned how to ride a bike and never made a mistake, wrong. If you ever learned to become a pro tennis player and fucking made a mistake, wrong. The very human characteristic of learning is a byproduct of failure. That's why the fucking key to success is the rate at which you fail. And that means most people, in order to fail, you need to take the risk and push your boundaries of fear in order to fucking put yourself at the fucking rate of maximum failure. And that means doing something outside the box the majority of people can't do. But the peer-to-peer outside pressure on people, they live in the neighbor effect, saying, hey, my neighbor doesn't do that, so that can't be the right thing, even though 99% of the people are wrong in their financial decisions. If 99% of the people were right in their financial decisions, they would all be successful. But they're not.
It'll be a different world.
It'll be a different world. So is that a coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence. It's directly fucking proportional and directly relatable.
Yeah.
But people have so much fear in their lives right now, especially right now with COVID, the war, inflation, fucking all the bullshit fucking shit coming out of them via social media. That why they believe this stuff is beyond me. If I do a poll of a fucking 100 people, how much they believe their politicians tell truth, 99% of them will tell the fucking say, I don't believe or trust a politician the word they say. But yet, everything they put out on social media, a politician says right now, is the shining light of truth. It's like, what? So if I poll you and ask, if I say to you, the politicians tell the truth, they say no. Do you believe the politicians what you're telling you? Like, oh my God, that's right. I was like, how? It's the biggest fucking oxymoron I've ever seen in my fucking life. And people that fall for it blow my mind. There's no point of political history where politicians have ever told the truth. And if you do a poll in the individual street, do you believe a politician? No. Do you believe what's happening in the politicians tell you with the war and COVID and everything else? Well, yeah. Well, wait a minute. Isn't there a fucking disconnect there? On one hand, you can sit here and tell me you don't believe a fucking goddamn word a politician says, but on the other hand, it's the fucking shining light on the hill. Huh? How does this make any fucking sense? If this doesn't say people are fucked up in their head, I don't know what does.
But it's on the TV, Frosty. It must be true, no?
Ugh. Yeah.
No, they just don't have, for one, they don't have a mind of their own. And number two, they scared to go against the grain.
They don't have cognitive dissonance. That's what they don't have.
Yeah. I see those contradictions every day. Definitely.
And it's funny, you see these news reports over and over and over again where they fucking pull people on the fucking street. Hey, do you believe a politician? No. Hey, do you believe what the politicians say in COVID? Yes. Well, wait a minute. Huh? Wait a minute. So on one hand, you don't believe a word they say, but on the other hand, you believe 100% of what they say. How is that not the biggest oxymoron on the planet?
Yeah, Frosty, there's a lot of them. And like you were saying about what the market, just the same thing. It's the same exact number of people totally ignorant of finances, totally ignorant of politics, totally ignorant of themselves, totally ignorant of society.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I was trying to point out, make earlier. You're trying to promote a financial speculative instrument to 99% of the people that don't understand finance. So if the majority, 99% of the people don't understand finance, because if they did, they'd be more financially successful they are. And you're trying to promote a fucking speculative asset that makes fucking logical sense in a fucking financial matter, and 99% of the people don't get that, and we wonder why there's a cognitive dissonance in the communication? What? Maybe, just maybe, if 99% of the people don't understand finance, because if they did, they'd be rich, but they're not, okay? So maybe we need to bring it back onto a level that they can fucking relate to. And And majority of people can relate to things on a non-financial fucking aspect of life. So instead of pushing so fucking hard from our community on a speculative financial fucking asset point of view, why don't we fucking promote it and look at it through the lens of someone else and put ourselves in somebody else's shoes to see the way they perceive the world? But we can only perceive things the way we see them. And the ability to see things the way other people can see them by putting yourself in other people's shoes will be the day you have understanding of the greater world.
I
Right?
get what you're getting at with that, definitely.
Never judge a man until you walk a mile in his shoes. You think these
Well, maybe should probably hire some type of ad agency that specializes in those things. What do you think? I mean, to reach that type of demographic, because of course I think you see what I see. You know, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Well, follow that way.
It doesn't follow that way. And all I'm saying is, like, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm right. All I'm trying to be is offer a different fucking perspective other than my own. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not even saying I'm right. I'm not even saying this is what we have to do. All I'm saying is once we look at things through multiple different lenses, can we make an objective opinion? So sometimes when I come out with these things, I'm just trying to offer a different point of view through a different fucking lens. And then from that different lens, we can create a communicative whole. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes I think people get so stuck in their fucking ways and their own echo chamber, they can't remove their own biased opinion to walk a mile in somebody else's shoes. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying whether that's right or that's wrong, but at least put yourself in the mindset of your opponent. Put yourself in the mindset of walking through somebody else's shoes than your own. And somewhere in between yours and theirs may be the truth. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right?
You gotta have perspective,
But I find people live in so much of a fucking echo chamber that they will fucking literally hate you. And I mean hate. The emotional hate will come out by offering a different perspective from walking in somebody else's shoes for 5 minutes, whether you agree or disagree, right? To me, that says we have a problem. There's a problem. If you can't separate yourself from your own emotional bias for 5 minutes, whether you agree or don't agree, to at least hear out the other side of the coin for 5 minutes, we have a fucking exponential problem. And that's what we have
you're right.
in all of the ecosystems. I'm not saying we have to agree. I'm not saying we have to disagree. All I'm saying is we can't even separate ourselves to hear the other person out anymore.
Yeah.
We can't even hear them out. Yeah. At what point can we not even separate our emotional fucking bias to at least listen to the other person for 5, 10 fucking minutes? I'm not saying you have to agree. I'm not saying fucking you have to agree with the way they think. But you can't fucking give 10 minutes of your life to at least listen? You can't give 10 minutes of your life to put yourself in the perspective to see the way through the lens in which they're seeing it? And what all I'm saying is somewhere between ours and theirs is probably the probability of truth is higher.
Yep.
I do believe that there is a communication gap that what you're saying, with the community on how to actually, say reach out to to people about HEX and how to actually do it. I get what you're saying there, definitely.
Dude, I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. I literally went in to Luna communities, okay? And in Luna spaces, Luna chats, whatever. And I got fucking ostracized for that. Fucking Frosty's a Luna fucking advocate, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, wait a minute, motherfuckers.
Who said that?
Shut your fucking mouth. Maybe I'm in that ecosystem to listen and
board,
hear and learn what went wrong so I can have a greater understanding of what happened from a different perspective to better educate myself to make sure this doesn't happen in the future. But in order to do that, I need to subjectively hear all sides of the argument, whether I agree or disagree. And at the point where I can fucking listen objectively from all conversations, somewhere in the middle of those all conversations is the probability of truth. But you know what people see? They see a singularity. Frosty is a Luna. He's a Luna supporter. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like,
oh, really?
How about you shut your fucking mouth and how about you fucking just listen for 5 minutes and learn, right, what wrong? Because maybe in the future, if we see these same signs and signals and symptoms in our own ecosystem, we can prevent failure in the future. But that requires us, first of all, to understand, A, what happened, B, how it went wrong, in order to fucking project that into future to prevent future mistakes, right? That means I need to set my personal opinion aside and at least listen to all fucking sides of the conversation, regardless of my objective opinion. I need to at least give the other person 5-10 minutes to hear what they have to say. Whether I agree or not, that's a different conversation. But I at least have to give the other human being the respect to communicate their side the way they see it. And what's wrong with that?
So you definitely felt disrespected, you know, someone from our community calling you out like, oh, you're another type of human being instead of us, right? But I get what you're saying. Yeah,
personally, I don't care, because as soon as they attack me regarding that mindset, I already know the level of fucking mental cognitive dissonance they fucking have, which is pretty low, and they can only see like a horse with blinders one thing, and they're too fucking arrogant in their mindset to expand their broad horizon, to give the human being respect that it deserves, whether we agree to disagree, right? To have that open form of communication, to have that fucking controversial conversation back and forth, to have an understanding. And as soon as they put that horse with blinders on and have that mindset, I already know the angle that person is coming from, and I could care less.
Right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, because I mean, you know the limitations already. Yeah.
Exactly. So as soon as people do that to me, I'm just like, you know what? I understand where you're coming from. I understand the point of view, and you live in an echo chamber, and that's literally the thing that hinders you from success. And the funny thing is, the majority of people in the ecosystem right now are non-successful. No offense. You know what I mean? And I mean no disrespect for that. The majority of people in the ecosystem are not retired. They are not fucking financially successful. And they're relying on hope that things turn around. They're relying on hope, the fucking U.S. economy. They're relying, but they're not relying on facts. They're relying on hope.
Yeah.
Right?
Which is the worst position.
Worst position.
Absolute worst.
And when I offer an opinion of somebody that fucking listens to all of its surroundings, whether I agree or disagree, and I'm the one that does not have to work a day and again in their life, and I try to offer these perspectives, and I have broke plebs trying to give me financial advice how to better my life, even though they're the ones that broke and have to go to a job every day, and I don't. Where's the cognitive dissonance disconnect? You know what I'm saying? I'm the one trying to help you fucking see things from a different light. You're the one that still has to go to day-to-day job, not me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because the difference between me and you is I can hear all people in the ecosystem non-subjectively. Whether I agree with you or not doesn't mean I hate you. If you and I have a difference of an opinion, okay, we can agree to disagree, but I will never not break bread with you. I will never not sit down and have a drink with you. That means there's a difference of I will not disrespect you. Okay? Just because you have a different point of view than I'm not going to disrespect you as a human being. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what happens is people live in these echo chambers where they will disrespect and fucking hate people. And I mean hate. And that's not right. That is not
No,
right.
it isn't. No.
Just because one person isn't at the same level as you are doesn't inspire a level of hate for the other person. No matter how, at whatever level that other person is, doesn't mean you don't have something to learn from them. Because guaranteed, somewhere along the layers of levels, they have fucking knowledge that you don't. And you have knowledge that they don't. And I don't care what experience level you have. Those people that even as much as they have no cognitive dissonance regarding the specific topic at hand, what I can guarantee you is they have a level of experience at something in their life that you do not have.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And you have a level of experience at something in your life that they do not have. Combined together, that collective of knowledge between you and them may be different, but between you and them, collectively, you're better as a whole, as an average. But don't ever think for 1 second that person that you think is beneath you does not have a level of experience in something that you absolutely have no fucking idea or fucking experience in, that they cannot help you in a knowledge base. Because I guarantee you, even some of the dumbest people in the world having an experience and fucking knowledge base in something you have no fucking clue about.
You're right about that, man.
That needs to be respected. That needs to be respected at a human being level. On a human being level. And as long as we can respect each other on a human being level, that's when the communication can start to flow.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as you start to disrespect each other on fundamental bullshit because of echo chambers, is the day that you have the maximum amount of disconnection. And that's a problem. If you can't fucking agree to disagree as a reasonable person, that's a problem. Because no matter
and a personal
who it is,
one too. Yeah.
on a personal one, because no matter you, me, the three of us in this room right now, all of us have an experience somewhere along the line that none of us have. I mean, none of us. Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All of you have a trades, difference, work experience, specialties, different than the three of us in this room right now. Absolutely guaranteed. Absolutely guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean I disrespect you for that. That doesn't mean I'm going to put you down for that. But what if we can fucking learn from each other based on the experiences we had? Is that not growth?
That's the definition of growth, yeah.
That's the definition of growth. But we need to put our fucking egos and our emotions aside to listen to the other person for 5 minutes. I have experiences, you have experiences, and you have experiences. None of those are equal. You have experiences and you have experiences that I will never have in my lifetime. And I have experiences that you will have never in your lifetime. Somewhere between you and I and the three of us, we can fucking learn from all of those experiences. And the day that you can stand on the shoulders of people that failed before you is the day that you find success. But in order to do that, you need to listen and hear the other person, whether you agree or not. But what I can guarantee you, absolutely, between every person in that room and every person in that ecosystem, we all know and an experience in different things, some way, somehow, some form, some shape. And that's a knowledge that that's taken lifetimes to obtain. Good or bad, whether they're good experiences, bad experiences, street experiences, professional experiences, fucking whatever. Doesn't mean one is unequal to the other, because that's the way the world goes around. Sometimes those fucking real world street experiences are more valuable than fucking corporate experiences. And sometimes fucking corporate experiences are more valuable than fucking street experiences. But it doesn't mean they're non-exclusive of each other. They're equally important. And they're all learnable.
I got to go.
Yeah, same. I'll probably call it a night, Frosty.
Yeah. Frosty,
Appreciate
it's
the
great
call,
talking to you. Great talking to all the other guys too, you know. And thank you for having me on, Roman.
Yeah, of course, man. It's a pleasure. Come on anytime. You're always welcome. Same as you, Frosty. Thank you. Thank you both for coming on.
Yeah, thanks.
You guys are gonna kick me off your stream soon.
Yeah, ain't my stream. It's not my stream.
I got to sleep, man. I got to sleep.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I got to get up. All right, y'all.
Maybe
see you on Twitter.
Spaces later. See
Love
you
you
on Twitter. Bye.
Cheers.
Love y'all.
What are you, some sort of Mexican?